Hello everyone, I'm Michelle Smith and welcome back to my channel. If this is your first time here, then welcome. I'm so happy you found me. I have a special video for you today, my top 15 Christmas wreaths. Now these wreaths are presented in no specific order, and I did use several different techniques, methods, and materials when making these. My intent is to inspire you and to get those creative juices flowing for our Christmas crafting season. Thanks so much for stopping by. Please enjoy the video and I'll see you next time. For today's craft, I'm going to show you how to use this beautiful new snowman wreath form that you can pick up from Dollar Tree. This is a really nice size and it's nice and sturdy. It is by Christmas House. You're also going to need about 9 rolls of this new deco mesh. This is my favorite new deco mesh. They just call it ribbon. They also call it decorative mesh. This is like tulle, but it has sprayed on fake snow. And I love it because it's really good for cut methods because it does not fray. And I really like it using the ruffle method, which is what I'm going to use today. It also works really well with the curl method. And then you're also going to need 1 roll of black deco mesh for the hat. You're going to want to cut your mesh at 6 inches. This mesh, each of the rolls are 6 inches by 3 yards. So these are smaller than your regular Dollar Tree rolls, which are 6 inches by 5 yards. Okay, so go ahead and cut each piece at 6 inches. And then on your pipe cleaners, you can cut them in thirds. And you want white for the white mesh and black for the black mesh. With the white snow-covered mesh, we're going to be doing the ruffle method. And that's really easy. Just grab at one end, scrunch down the center. Till you get it together, it kind of looks like a little bow tie. Take your pipe cleaner, wrap that around, pull it to the back. I always like to pull it down so I can get it nice and tight. Pinch at the base and give a twist. That's what your little bundle's going to look like. I'll do it one more time. And that is how you make your bundles. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and make some bundles and I'll be right back. I have all my bundles made. Now we're going to start attaching them to the wreath form. And you want to wrap your pipe cleaners around both of those bars. We're going to start on the large ring first. Flip it over. Pull it to the back. Give it a nice little twist. Then I pull my pipe cleaners up straight. And then I push them down in between the 2 bars and pull them straight up. Now you are not going to see those from the front because they're much shorter. They're white. They're going to blend right in. This makes the back of your wreath look nice and clean. Slide that over and just continue. It'll take approximately 20 bundles, 20 to 25 bundles to do 1/4 of the wreath. I'm going to get some more of these on. When I get the bottom ring done, I will come back and show you what it's looking like. Now I have my bottom ring completed and I think it looks absolutely fabulous with this snowball mesh. Perfect for making a snowman. Nice and full. It looks really pretty, but it still has that openness that you like with a wreath. Now it did take me 5 rolls to complete the bottom ring. Before I finish the ring up here, I want to do the hat because I want to make sure that I get this done a specific way so it looks like a hat. So you're going to need some pipe cleaners. Again, I cut these into thirds. Black decorative mesh that you get from Dollar Tree. Now on the hat here, I'm going to do a different method. I'm going to do the poof method. I'm going to make my poofs nice and small. I want this to be a very smooth finish on the hat, so it looks different from the body of the snowman. So scrunch your ends together, wrap your pipe cleaner around, get it nice and snug and secure. Okay. Now I'm going to start it here on the crossbar. And I'm going to start it from the top and just feed it around. I want it nice and secure so it's not going to slide around on this first one. Turn that over and give those pipe cleaners a good twist. And then I don't want those ends in the front, so I'm going to push them to the back and pull them back through the pipe cleaners. And give those pipe cleaners another twist. This will make sure that those ends stay to the back of the wreath. And then push those ends forward. Again, you will not see them, and this helps keep the back of your wreath looking clean. You can see here with the white, look how nice and clean those pipe cleaners look by pushing the ends forward. Now you can trim off some excess here, but you still need to leave about 1 inch. You do not want that to pull through. Now that I have my mesh nice and secure, I'm going to need a ruler. I'm going to take your mesh, pull it out, and usually it'll come folded, which is fine. No problem. And then you want to measure, we're going to make these small. So let's see, 4 inches. So you want to measure at 4 inches and pinch. Grab your pipe cleaner, wrap it around, pull it to the back, and give it a twist to secure it. And then you're going to secure it right next to where you started. Wrap those pipe cleaners to the back. Give it a good twist. Push your pipe cleaners forward. Okay, so I started right here on the crossbar, and then I just put my first loop right there. I'll put the next one next to it, and then the third one I'll go right on the crossbar. And then the next one I'm going to do a large loop so it comes out on the side to look like this part of the brim of the hat. Okay. It's a nice big wreath form. Okay, so let's measure again. 4 inches. You start measuring where you attached it. Pull it out to 4 inches. Pinch. Pipe cleaner. Okay, so I have 3 loops here. And now my next loop I'm going to make larger because I want it to come out this way like it's the brim of the hat. So for that one, I'm going to measure it 6 inches, pinch. Add the pipe cleaner. And then I'm going to attach that right where I attached my last one. Okay, so you kind of want to pull that one out. And I'm going to do one more. Pull it out to the same length, 6 inches. Right. Now I'm going to move and attach it here to this bar on the hat. And because I don't want it to slide up, I'm also going to attach it to the bottom bar there. Gonna move those over and get in there. Okay, so to recap, I've done 2 loops here that I've pulled out on the end as the brim of the hat at 6 inches. I've done 3 loops here from where I attached it at 4 inches. So now I'm going to head back in this direction, and when I do the main part of the hat, all my loops are going to be at 4 inches. When I get back to this corner, which is the other side of the brim of the hat, I will do 2 loops at 6 inches, just like I did on this side. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and finish my hat. Now I have my roll of black deco mesh on, and I have my hat done. Now I have not gone in and fluffed or done anything like that. I've just kind of pulled my loops so that it looks like a hat. Now 2 loops on either side here were measured at 6 inches. Everything else was measured at 4. When you attach it here on the back, you have a straight line across here, which is the brim of the hat. You want to make sure you're attaching it there. You want to leave this ring on the bottom open so that you can attach the white deco mesh here, because you're going to want to see snow coming from underneath the hat. And then just go back and forth. Once you get both ends and the brim here done, then just go back and forth, hit each bar as you add your 4-inch loop. I went back and forth, I think 3 times in between the bottom and the top here, and then I just hit each crossbar. There's 2 bars here at the top, so you just hit each crossbar and then you're done, and it comes out just perfect. And you use 1 roll of the black deco mesh. Okay, so I'm going to go back and I'm going to finish adding the rest of my snowball white deco mesh and finish the base, and then we'll come back and move forward. My base is all done. I'm really happy with the white. I love this snow-covered mesh. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. It looks wonderful on this wreath. Now I've had this hanging up on my door for a day so that I could look at it. I'm not real happy with the hat. It looks a little small, so I'm going to go back and beef that up. I'm going to extend the rim here a little bit further on either side, and then I'm going to add 1 more row of loops across the top here. The width here of this part of the hat I'm happy with, but I want it a little taller and I want the brim a little wider. So I'm going to take another roll of deco mesh and add 2 more loops on either side here and 1 more row across the top. And then I think the hat will look the correct size for my snowman. So I extended my rim and added another row across the top. I'm much happier with that. I think it suits my snowman much better. You want to go through and just kind of fluff out. This deco mesh does tend to stick to itself, so you kind of got to go through and pull it apart, widen it out, make it look all nice and pretty. Okay, we're going to finish the hat now. On the hat here, I want to put a ribbon of this black and red buffalo check. I picked this up. This is 2 inches by 30 feet. I got this from Walmart about 2 years ago. So you just want to cut a piece that will fit as the little decoration around the top of the hat. Kind of like that. And on your ribbon, you want to fold those ends over just a little bit. That way that will not fray. And then you just want to hot glue that to the back. Get one side down and then make sure your placement is correct before you glue the other side. I think my hat looks nice and cute, but it needs a little something else. I pulled out this stem. This is the new holly that Dollar Tree is carrying. I really like it. I think it's so pretty. And I did cut 2 little pieces, and I'm going to put this in the rim of the hat. And I want to put it right up here. I'm going to start with this one. You can adjust your leaves however you want. I just hit a little drop of hot glue there so that they would lay the way I want them. Okay, I'm just going to play with that for a little bit until I get it the way that I like it. Got my hat done. I think that looks really cute. I like the ribbon and my holly. Okay, go ahead and set this aside. We're going to work on our bow. For our bow, I'm going to be using these 2 ribbons. Now this is the same one that I used earlier on the hat that I picked up from Walmart. And this one I got from papermart.com. You can find any kind of holly ribbon pretty much anywhere. This was $5.45 and it's 2.5 inches by 10 yards. And I really like their ribbon. I think it is well made. So these are the 2 ribbons I'm going to be using in our bow today. And I'm going to be using the Deluxe Easy Bow Maker. I really like to use this because I have arthritis in my hands. And this allows me to do a really pretty bow. And it holds it for me so I don't have to. Okay, so this ribbon is 2 inches in diameter. The other one, this one is 2.5. I'm going to measure and cut 2 tails, one of each of the ribbons at 20 inches. I want 2 sets of tails on this. That's why I'm adding these first. Okay, so I have my 2 tails in, and now I'm going to start with the red and black buffalo check. This time I'm going to measure a tail at 8 inches and pinch and place that inside. And then I'm going to measure my loops at 5 inches. And I'm going to do 3 loops on each side. And this ribbon is the same on both sides, so I do not need to worry about twisting it. Unless you prefer that. Sometimes it makes it easier when you tie your bow. Okay, I have my 3 loops on each side, and now I'm going to measure my tail at 8 inches. Now we're going to move on to this ribbon. Again, I'm going to measure a tail at 8 inches. Now, because this ribbon is nice only on one side, once you come through the 2 large dowel rods, you need to twist so that the nice side of your ribbon is facing down. This ribbon, I'm going to measure my loops at 4 inches, and I'm going to be doing 2 loops on each side. Okay, once you have your 2 loops on either side, you don't need to twist when you come through. Just measure out your tail at 8 inches and trim. And now I'm going to go back to this ribbon. I want a center loop here that is of the buffalo check. And I'm just going to figure out how big I want my center loop here. And I have come over myself by about 1 inch, and then trim. You're also going to need 1 full-length black pipe cleaner. And I just clipped my little loop here so it'll hold it for me. I'm going to grab right along the center here and pull up. Take my little loop and I'm going to put it right on the top here. And I'm going to take my pipe cleaner and run it right through the center here and pull it to the back. You need to make sure you keep everything stacked properly. Make sure you get that nice and tight. Then you can pull down each of your tails. And I always hold mine right in the middle so I don't pull anything out or pull too tight as I'm trying to fluff my bow. Okay, so once you have all your tails down, now you have 3 loops. You want to open those all up like that. The next you have 2 loops. You open those up. Okay, and then open up all the loops and fluff out your bow. And that is what your bow should look like. I will do my final fluffing once I get it on, and I will also cut my tails once I get it on the wreath. Now these pipe cleaners aren't going to be long enough for me to get it onto my wreath, so I need to add an additional pipe cleaner. So I just lay it in the center, give it a twist, and then I take one of the short ones and I wrap it around one of the long ones. Just like that. So I'm going to place my bow right around his neck, and I want it just slightly off center. And then I want my ribbons kind of moving backwards to the opposite side like that. Okay. And all I'm going to do is feed my pipe cleaners through this mesh, see if I can get it wrapped around, and then tie it on. I got my bow on. I think it looks absolutely gorgeous. Now I did have one of the little carrots left over from Easter, so I went ahead and glued that in for his nose. I think it looks so cute. Now the final item to finish off my snowman, I'm going to be using 2 stems of these branches. Now the reason why I need 2 stems is because only the center stem here also has 2 additional branches coming off of it, and that's what I'm looking for. Now the wreath itself does have some wire arms here, but once you fill everything in, you really can't see them. So I'm going to take these and I'm going to hot glue them onto this arm, and then I'm going to use a zip tie to secure it further. Okay. So I've just opened it up so you can see all 3 pieces. I'm going to add some hot glue here and glue it to the little wired arm here. And I'm going to glue it to the main one in the middle. Now if you can open them up and attach the additional branches to the ones that are sticking out like this lower one, I can, then go ahead and glue that on too. Just make sure you get it nice and attached. And then I'm going to take a zip tie, and right near the base there, I'm going to zip tie it on as well to make sure it does not come off. Doesn't his arm look cute now? I'm going to go ahead and attach the other one, and then I'll come back and show you the finished product. And there you go. We are all done. I got his arms on. I think he looks absolutely adorable. It did take a little bit of patience to work with this frame, but I'm really happy. The hat is probably the hardest thing to work with, but I'm super happy with how it turned out, and I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. To get started, you're going to need one of these football wreath frames that you can pick up from Dollar Tree. You're also going to need some white pipe cleaners.
So the first thing that you want to do is go ahead and feed in a pipe cleaner on either end. Pull it all the way down to the tip. Just make sure your pipe cleaners are even and give it a twist. Okay, so I just fit it in between this section and this section, pulled it and tied it. So you want to do this to both ends. Okay, so I have it on both ends. Now you're going to take one more pipe cleaner and cut it in half. You only need half for this. And then right here on this first band, I'm going to add another pipe cleaner. And this is going to be what I'm going to use to hang it. Okay. You want to make sure you kind of wrap it around that center bar right here so that your pipe cleaner doesn't slide. And then when I make my loops, I just pull the pipe cleaners over each other, and then I wrap one end down one arm and then the other end down the other. That makes a little loop. And then I usually take that mess and pull it down to the bottom. And then give it a twist. And that's what you're going to use when you finish the wreath to hang it. Now that we have all our pipe cleaners on, you're going to want to wrap the base with some form of white fabric. Now you can use fabric, you can use felt, whatever you have on hand. This is one of those cleaning cloths that you can find at Dollar Tree over in the automotive section. You just want to make sure that it will completely wrap it. Okay, and then you can just trim off any excess that you have. So I'm going to start to attach it here on this side, and then I'll trim off anything excess that I have. And I'm just going to use hot glue to attach it. Just add a little bit of hot glue right to the wire frame to get it going. And you need just enough of the fabric to fold in, so maybe about a ½ inch to come over. And while you're wrapping, you want to make sure that you leave the pipe cleaners that you attached out. You will need those to attach the deco mesh and to hang it. Okay, once you get one side attached, go ahead and pull it over. Make sure you have enough to hit both ends. And then attach the center again. And then just slowly pull and attach until you get your base covered. You want to get it as smooth and wrinkle-free as you can. When you get to where you need your hanger, make sure to snip a little piece, a little hole, so that you can pull that through. As you can see, I still have plenty of extra fabric, so I'm just going to go ahead and trim that off again. Okay, so I have one side nice and secure. Now I'm going to go and finish attaching the other side. Now see here at the end I have a lot of excess fabric. I trimmed off that. Now to get this to be smooth, just open it and open the end, pull up, wrap that fabric around and glue it down so you have a nice clean corner. It's okay if you have a little bit of folding. You won't see that when the wreath is complete. Okay, I have my football completely covered. And then I went back and just added some more glue to fold down and glue down that 1/2 inch of fabric that I left. And you can see I have left out both ends and my hanging pipe cleaners. Now you're going to need 1 roll of red deco mesh and 1 roll of white deco mesh from Dollar Tree. You'll want to cut each piece at about 42 to 43 inches in length, and you will need 4 pieces of red and 4 pieces of white, which you should be able to get off of 1 roll. I have my pieces cut and I'm starting to attach them. You want to take your end, you want to fold it over by about 6 inches and scrunch together so you make a loop on the end. Just like that. Then you place that in one of the ends. Make sure you get that pipe cleaner nice and tight and secure. Like that. Then you take the rest and kind of fold it over itself just by pulling. And you pull your strip all the way down till you get to the other end. And then you do your second loop on the other end. And then just pull it down. Make sure it's laying next to the other one. You can adjust how it's folded if you like. Okay, now this is why we covered the base with the white cloth, because you can still see through the deco mesh, and with the white in the background, it looks fine. You can't see the frame at all. Okay, and then it should take you 4 to get to the center and then 4 down the other side. Go ahead and finish adding in your strips of color. Just alternate between white and red. I have all of my deco mesh on. Now once you get it on, you need to take a few minutes and go through and adjust not only your stripes here, but also your loops. So once you get your stripes done, just play with them until they lay the way that you want. You don't want them really tight because that won't look right. You need them just a little loose like that. And then when you do your loops here on the end, you just want to lift up, make sure that they're down and that they're flat and that they're every other color and that you spread them out. And on your pipe cleaners, once you get them tied down, I just pulled them real tight to the back and tied them really tight to make sure that all of that stays in. Now if you need to adjust any of your length in here, maybe it's too poofy or not poofy enough, you just need to find the loop and pull on the loop. You just want to make sure that you're not pulling the cut end, otherwise you'll pull it out. Okay, so once you have that the way that you like, if you have any ends from your loops that are sticking out, you want to make sure that you tuck those underneath so that they don't show. If you need to do a little trimming for that, then go ahead. But I think it looks so cute so far. Go ahead and set this aside. I'm going to be working on the bow now. And I pulled out these 2 ribbons from Dollar Tree. This is the new ribbon that they have for Christmas this year. This is 1.5 inch. And this one is like a candy. It has the red, white, and a little bit of green. And then this one I thought was just absolutely adorable. And it is white, red, and green. And it says Merry Christmas. So I'm going to go ahead and start with this ribbon. Now I don't want my tails too long. So I'm only going to measure them at about 5 inches. Okay. Once you come through the 2 large dowel rods, you need to twist your ribbon so that the knife side is facing down. And then I'm going to make my loops at 4 inches. And I'm going to make 2 loops on either side at 4 inches. Now I have my 2 loops in, so I'm going to measure my tail at about 5 inches. Go ahead and adjust your loops if you need to. Now on this ribbon, it has words on it, so I want to make sure that the words all stay in the same direction. So on this one, I'm going to go ahead and measure my tail at, I'm going to measure a piece rather, at about 12 inches. And then place that in. That's going to be my tails. I'm going to measure another piece at about 13 inches and trim that. Then I'm going to take that piece. I need to cross over itself by about 1 inch. Find the center, scrunch it, and place that in. This way you're guaranteed that all the words in that ribbon are all going to be facing, all the letters in the words Merry Christmas will be facing in the correct direction. Okay. And that will give you a loop on either side at about 3 inches. Then you want to take a white pipe cleaner, full length. Just kind of slip that in underneath. Pinch it right in the middle and lift up. You can wrap it around the center there, pull it to the back. Make sure it's nice and snug and give a good twist. You can pull down your tails and open up your loops. Now if your loop or tail doesn't want to lay right, you go right up to where it's attached and twist it until you get it to lay in the position and direction you want it to. And then open up your loops. You have 2 on the bottom, so you open and spread those, and then you have the one in the center there. And that's what your bow looks like. Okay, so we have our hanger here. So that when the candy hangs, it's going to hang at an angle. The end that is closest to the hanger, that's going to be your top. So that's where you want to place your bow. Just wrap it around where you tied everything off and tie it off in the back. Just make sure it's nice and snug. Doesn't that look cute? And now I'm going to go ahead and make one more bow, and I'm going to make it for the bottom here, but I'm only going to be using the striped ribbon and not the Merry Christmas ribbon. And then finish adjusting your bows, and then you can trim your tails. Just going to do a slight dovetail on mine, not too strong. I got both of my bows on. I'm really happy with how they turned out. Now the final item that I'm going to add to finish off my wreath are two of these really cute little ornaments that you can get at Dollar Tree this year. They're brand new. And this one is the red and white. So I'm just going to pull out that little, and I'm going to glue one in the middle of each of my bows. And I'm doing that just by using some hot glue. And there you go, we are all done. I think it came out absolutely adorable. Very pretty and unique. You're going to need one of these square wreath forms that you can pick up from Dollar Tree. You're also going to need some pipe cleaners cut in half. And then you're going to need 10 packages of this decorative mesh that you can get from Dollar Tree. This is the green snow-covered mesh. And these is 6 inches by 3 yards. So this is a little smaller of a roll than what their mesh normally is. And to do this size of a frame, it will take 10 rolls of this deco mesh. Now I'm going to be using this tool that I found at Dollar Tree. It is a rotary cutter. This works really well. I'm very impressed. It is a nice tool for $1. If you don't have one of these or you can't find one, you can always use scissors. Now you want to go ahead and cut your strips of mesh between 14 to 15 inches in length. Okay, once you've got your strips, then we're going to be doing just your standard ruffle. So you lay your strip down and you grab at one end and then you scrunch right up the center. Pinch it in the center. Grab your pipe cleaner, go ahead and wrap it around. Then I always like to pull that mesh down so I can get a nice tight grip, twist, and that's your little bundle. Okay, I'll show you one more time. And grab your strip of mesh. Go ahead and just scrunch right down the center, all the way to the end. Pinch in the middle, grab your pipe cleaner, wrap it around, pull your mesh down, pinch right at the base and twist. Okay. Now to apply it to your wreath form, I need as much space inside as I can get, so I'm going to be applying it to the 2 bars on the outside. You just take your pipe cleaners, wrap it around those 2 bars, pull to the back, and give it a good twist. And then I just take those little ends and I push them forward Once that gets full, you won't see it, and that will keep the back of your frame nice and clean. Now, between the two crossbars on a straight section, you will use 1 roll of mesh, which will give you 6 to 7 bundles. On the corners, you will need 9 to 10 bundles. So that's 1.5. So it'll take a total of 10 rolls to do the whole frame. Okay, so I'm going to work on this and get a couple sections done, and then I'll come back and show you what it looks like. Okay, so I have several sections done. I got 2 corners and 1 center, so 3 sections done. Here on the corners, I did need to fill in a little bit right here. So I added on the 2 bars on the inside, 1 on either side of the corner. You could see the bar through this section, so I needed to fill that in a little bit more, but I'm really happy with how that turns out. I like the really lacy look that it gives. I have my base all done. I think it looks so pretty. I really love working with this mesh. It's great for a cut method because it doesn't fray at all. It is a little messy with the white snow, but I really love that lacy look. Now what I'm planning on doing is I have 4 of the Dollar Tree Nutcrackers, and I want to place these side by side here in the center. Just like that. Okay, so what I need to do is make a little platform for me to attach them to. So you're going to need a couple large craft sticks. Let's set this aside. So what I did was I measured the width and I cut 2 craft sticks down to size to fit that space. And then I glued another one on the back to get that nice and secure. So now this fits nice and secure right on the bottom top of the frame. See, I'm going to glue it right here. And it fits nice and snug, so I can just squeeze it down in there and it will kind of hold the position, which is good because now I can run some hot glue. Right on the frame and glue it to the board. Okay, so I ran a bead of hot glue right along the wired edge frame and the wood. I'm going to let that set up and then I'm going to do it again because I want to make sure that this doesn't come off. Okay, so I have my little platform nice and secure. It's not going to go anywhere. Now this is what I'm going to use to glue on and attach my soldiers to. Okay, so you just need to decide how you want to lay your guys out. So this is how I want to put my guys. So I'm going to go ahead and hot glue them down. Start and place the 2 in the center. And I'm just going to put hot glue onto the bottom of him and get him placed. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and get my 4 guys glued into place. I got my nutcrackers glued down. So I glued them to the base, and then I ran a row of popsicle sticks across the back and glued it to each nutcracker and to themselves. And then I tied them down and hit them with hot glue on either side. That way they're nice and supported and they're not going to go anywhere. Now we're going to go ahead and add some musical ornaments. I picked these guys up from Dollar Tree. They come 2 in a package. So I have 1 package of guitars. I have some trumpets and some horns. Okay, I'm going to just go ahead and glue these down into place. I am planning on putting a large bow up in this corner, so I won't be placing any of the instruments up here. Okay, so I'm just going to go around and I'm going to mix up the ornaments and place them on my wreath. I have all my musical ornaments glued on. I'm really happy with that. Now I'm going to go ahead and add some of these decorative ornaments. You get 15 pieces, and this is a nice, soft, shiny red. On these, all I do is add some hot glue at the top here where you hang it. And then go ahead and nestle it right on in to the wreath wherever you would like them. I got all the red globe ornaments in. I'm really happy with that. Next, you're going to need a package of the foam scatter for Christmas. It comes with Christmas trees, stars, little booties, and these white snowflakes. Now I'm going to just be using the white snowflakes, and I'm going to attach these onto the wreath. Just add a little hot glue, and then go ahead and place them. Wherever you'd like. Got all my snowflakes on. I'm real happy. Now we're going to work on doing the big bow. So go ahead and set your wreath aside. Now the ribbon that I've chosen is this one that you can pick up from Dollar Tree. It is their webbed gold ribbon. Let me open it here and I'll show you. I thought this is so pretty and sparkly. It's very webbed. There's no wire edge to it. But I thought that would be perfect as an accent to this ribbon that I picked up from papermart.com. Now this ribbon is 2.5 inches by 10 yards and it was $5.45. They have really nice ribbon and they have really nice deco mesh at papermart.com. Everything I've tried from them I've been really happy with. Okay, so we're going to do this ribbon and have this to accent it. Very pretty. To make the bow, you're going to need 1 whole pipe cleaner. And then you're going to want to take your ribbon, and I'm going to stack mine as I do this. So I have my webbed in the back and my pattern in the front. So I'm going to start by making a nice loop, and then I'm going to scrunch here at the bottom. Just like that. And you see I have them double. Then I'm going to go ahead and take and make another loop. Scrunch it again at the bottom. Pull out some more. Make another loop. when it's not the right side up, you gotta twist it and then make a loop. And keep pinching at the bottom. So we have 3 loops. Now I'm going to make one more on either side. Great, so you have 1 loop in the middle and then you have 4 loops surrounding it, 1 on each side. And these are doubled, so when I open them up, there'll be twice as many. Okay, you want to keep it nice and tight. You can adjust your loops if you need to before you tie it down. Then you want to take 1 long piece of the ribbon and then pull it back. This is going to be your tails. Clinch it again at the center at the base, and then you can cut the excess off. Then you're going to take your pipe cleaner and wrap it right around the base there where you've been holding it nice and tight. You need to get that really tight because you don't want it to fall apart on you. So pull real tight and twist it down. Now the pipe cleaner is what you're going to use to attach it to the wreath. So go ahead and pull out your long loop to the end. Go ahead and cut that. And then you can dovetail your ends. Then all you have to do is go ahead and pull down your loops and separate. And fluff out your bow. Okay, so just go ahead and play with it until you get your bow the way you like it. And then go ahead and use the pipe cleaners to attach it to the wreath form. You just move the mesh aside and attach it to the wreath form. Okay, I got my bow all done. I did have a small amount of the gold left, so I went ahead and cut that and matched it with a piece of the Nutcracker ribbon and added an additional tail. So I have 4 tails instead of just 2. And I'm really happy with that. I think it looks so pretty. To get started, you're going to need a 14-inch working wreath form. Now, if you have not seen me do how to put together the working wreath form, I will attach a link in the description box below that'll show you how to do it. Now, the mesh that I'm using today is this really pretty neutral and white 10-inch deco mesh that I picked up from Joann Fabrics. This is Place and Time. It is 10 inches by 30 feet, so it's 10 inches by 10 yards. I really like this mesh whenever it goes on sale. I can usually pick it up for about $3.99 for a roll. It normally sells for $9.99. So you want to keep your eye open for when they do have their sales. They have a couple really pretty neutral ones to choose from, as well as all the others. So I was really lucky. I did pick this up on sale for $3.99. And you only need one roll for this wreath. That is a wonderful money saver right there, is being able to get your base done with one roll of 10" by 10 yards deco mesh. Now to get your mesh started, you just want to take the end and scrunch it all together. And I prefer to start on the inside. Go ahead and place your ends in, pull them nice and snug, and give it a good twist. You're also going to need a ruler so that you can measure your poofs. Now you want to start measuring where you attached it to the frame. And we're going to measure our poofs at 10 inches. So measure out to 10 inches, pinch. Go to the next pipe cleaner that's on the inner ring. Place that in, pull tight, and give a twist. And then you just keep doing that all the way around the center till you get back to the pipe cleaner that you started. Grab, measure 10 inches, pinch, and place that inside. Okay, so I'm back where I started. Now I'm going to drop down to the outer ring, and I'm simply going to take that, pull it straight down, and tie it into the one directly below it on the same crossbar. Now I'm going to move around the outside, and I'm going to do the same thing, measure my poofs at 10 inches, and then place it in the next pipe cleaner. I've gone around and done my 10-inch poofs, both on the inner ring and on the outer ring. Now I have not opened up my poofs or anything, but that's what I'm going to do next. Now this took about half the roll. Now what's left of the roll we're going to use, but we're going to cut this and do the curl method and fill in with this. Now to fluff out your wreath, you just want to go in and open up your poofs the best that you can. I usually go through the inner ring first and then go to the outer ring. While you're doing that, you want to make sure to pull those pipe cleaners up because we're going to be adding more to them. With the rest of your roll of deco mesh, you want to go ahead and cut your pieces at 8 to 9 inches. It's just long enough so that you can get a nice curl. You should be able to get approximately 20 cuts, which is perfect. You need 18, but a couple more won't hurt. So go ahead and prep the rest of your roll by cutting it to 8 to 9 inches. I pulled out some ribbon to use in the wreath. This one I got from Dollar Tree. You can get it this year. I thought it was so pretty. It is just a really nice shimmery gold. I also pulled this one out to add some different texture. It's gold, but it's well woven. You can also pick this up currently at Dollar Tree. These are 2.5 inches at 9 feet rolls. And this one I pulled out. This is super sheer. This comes from the Easter section, and it's pink. It's not really quite the right pink when you look at it this way, but you can see how sheer it is. So I think I'm going to work a little bit of this in as well. And this one I got from Walmart, and this is was $2.98. It's 1 inch at 12 feet, but it is that beautiful rose gold color. Absolutely love it. So we're going to be using this as well. To prepare your ribbon, you want to cut all of your ribbon at 10 inches. You need 6 pieces. of each ribbon. And on the large ribbon, I did just a slight dovetail. And on the small ribbon, I just cut it at an angle. Now we're going to be adding 2 different kinds of bundles to our wreath here. The first one, you're going to take the woven gold and your pink or your rose gold, place that on top, and then you need a roll. Place those together. Find the center, kind of pinch it. And then I like to start on the inside of my wreath. I do the inside ring first, place it inside the pipe cleaner, pull it down tight and give it a couple twists. Pull those pipe cleaners together and then trim. You want to leave about a 1/2 inch. Twist and then push down. And then just separate your ribbon, pull one to one side and one to the other. Just like that. And then the second bundle, I'm using the sheer pink and then the really pretty shimmery gold. I'm putting the sheer pink in the back. And again, you need a roll of your deco mesh. Go ahead and pinch that and then place it in the next one. You just want to keep alternating between the 2 different ribbon bundles as you work around your wreath. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and finish placing all of my ribbon bundles and my curls on the inner ring. When you move to the outer ring, you're only going to place the ribbon bundles in between the 2 bundles on the outside. So you'll be placing it on the one pipe cleaner that is not attached to the crossbar. On the crossbars on the outside, all you're going to attach is just a single ring. That way the ribbon will be evenly distributed throughout the wreath. Okay? So I'm going to go ahead and finish placing my ribbon bundles and then I'll be back and we can move forward. The base is all done. I have all my bundles and my ribbon in. I think it looks absolutely gorgeous. I'm really happy with my ribbon choices. I think they add that spark of color to the base. Go ahead and set this aside. You're also going to need one of these signs that you can get from Dollar Tree. Now they have 2 to choose from. They have this one that says Merry and Bright. They also have one that has a deer on it and it says Peace. Now I chose this one because of the gold foil and the very neutral background. I think it'll look absolutely gorgeous on this wreath. Now to prep the sign, I went ahead and glued 2 full-length pipe cleaners down here at the bottom. And then up here at the top where the jute cord was to hang the sign, I took that out and I ran some floral wire. And I got my floral wire from Dollar Tree. It is 26 gauge and you get 100 feet. Now I really like the silver because you can put this on pretty much everything. I usually just use silver, black, and green. With those colors, I can pretty much cover any wreath. We're going to go ahead and place our sign onto our wreath. I just need to decide where you want to place it. I really do like to have my signs right up on top and pretty much in the middle for the most part. And that's where I'm going to place this one. And then all you do is you take the pipe cleaners and you take those floral wire and you push the deco mesh aside until you can get down to the wreath form in the back. And then just use the pipe cleaners and tie it on. You don't want to tie it down too tight because it'll pull it down. And you still want to be able to adjust it a little bit. Once you get it adjusted and you have it right where you want it, then you can tie it down more sufficiently. So I have my sign on. I'm really happy with it. And you just need to go around and kind of pull out any ribbon that might be stuck behind the sign. Kind of curve it down around so it looks pretty. Now I'm placing these really pretty picks that I picked up from Walmart. They're that absolutely gorgeous pinky rose gold. Now they do come with a little clip on the bottom, which I'm going to use. And I've already placed one here on this side, and I'm going to place another on the other. So just go ahead and open them up. Sometimes they're open, sometimes they're tight like this. So I just kind of opened it up. And I'm going to put it, I want it a little lower on the opposite side, so I'm just going to move over all of this mesh till I get down to the wire frame, and then I'm going to use that clip and clip it onto the wire frame. And now you can kind of bend it and push it down into where you want it. Kind of fill in around the base there where you clipped, and you just separated everything. And then just kind of open them up and get them to lay the way that you want to. We're going to do the bow now. I have all the same ribbons that we put in the wreath already. I'm going to start for the bottom here with this beautiful golden lace. And I'm going to measure my tail at 8 inches and slide that down. Then I'm going to measure at 5 inches, and I'm going to do 1 loop on each side. And measure my tail out on the other side at 8 inches and trim. Now see, it took almost the entire roll to do the wreath. So just check your loops, make sure they're the same on each side. Then I'm going to go to this really pretty sheer pink. Now the sheer pink came out of Easter, but you can use, whatever color ribbons that you have. Again, I'm going to measure at 8 inches for the tail. And I'm going to measure at 5 inches for my loops on this one as well. And I'm going to do 1 loop on each side. And now I'm going to do this really pretty shiny gold. Measure at 8 inches and pinch. Now this ribbon is nice on both sides, so I don't have to worry about twisting. And on this one I'm going to measure at 4 inches. And now we're going to do the small ribbon. On this one, I'm going to measure my tail at 6 inches. Now this ribbon is also nice on both sides, so I don't have to worry about twisting. And I'm going to measure at 4 inches. And I'm going to do 2 loops with this one on either side at 4 inches. Okay, now I'm going to do a small loop for the center loop on my bow here. And that one I'm going to measure at about 2 inches. Okay, then when I come back through to the other side, I'm going to come through the small dowel rod and the large dowel rod in the very front. This will help me keep a little bit of ribbon on the other side for me to tie my bow. Then I can measure out my tail, and it was 6 inches, and trim. And you'll need a full-length pipe cleaner. Just kind of slide it underneath there. Pull it right up next to the wood. Kind of lift up, pull it over. You want to get it twisted just a little bit. You need to make sure that you get that little piece over. Okay, then you can lift it up. Wrap the pipe cleaner around to the back. Pull nice and tight and twist it securely. Now you see, got that little piece there, that's going to hold the center and the rest of the bow together. Okay. Now on the back here, these pipe cleaners aren't going to be long enough, so I'm going to add another one. And just place that in the center. Take the shorter to twist over that a couple times. And then I take one short one and I wrap it around the longer one. Like that. Do the same thing to the other side. This way your pipe cleaners are long enough that you can easily attach it to the wreath and adjust your height on your bow. If the pipe cleaners are too short and you try to attach it to your wreath, it'll sink the bow into the wreath, and that's not what you want. You want it to be able to sit up on top. Okay, once you have that secure, then you can go ahead and start to pull down all your tails. As you're pulling them down, if they're not working for you, just go right up to where it comes out and twist it and pull until it lays the way that you want it to. And I like to hold it in the center, that way I know that I'm not going to pull it out because I can feel it if I start to. And just go ahead once you have all your tails down and start to just open up your loops and separate those out as well. This is what your bow should look like once you get it fluffed out. Now I will do a little bit more adjusting with the bow, and I will also trim the ends here on the tails once I get it on my wreath. So here's my wreath. I've decided I want to put my bow pretty much right at the top in the center here so that I can spread the little tails out and then you can see the sign underneath. Now to attach that, I'm just going to use the pipe cleaners and work it through the deco mesh here and attach it to the frame. I have my bow attached. I'm very happy with how it looks. I adjusted my little picks here and added the third one up here at the top. I'm very pleased with that. Now I'm going to add the rest of the adornments. The first one I'm going to add are these. You get 5 in a pack. I picked them up from Dollar Tree. I think they are so pretty. They are pink and white swirls. Absolutely gorgeous. So I'm going to start with these, and I'm going to put the hot glue here on this end and then just nestle them in where I want them. Dollar Tree had so many beautiful baubles in this color. I had so much fun when I was shopping. Okay, I got all 5 of those balls glued in. I'm really happy with that. Now I also have this package, and this has the same really pretty rose gold pink and some nice gold. These come 12 to a package. I'm going to add some of the pink and some of the gold. And I'm going to attach them the same way, just add the glue up at the top. And nestle them in. I'm going to go ahead and get the rest of these glued in, and then I'll be back and we'll move forward. I have all my Christmas balls glued in. I think they look so pretty. I'm really happy with that. Now the final things that I'm going to add, or I found these. I thought they were really pretty and I liked the texture. I thought they went well with the texture of this ribbon. So I have 2 packages of these. And then I have 1 package of the gold poinsettias. Now these do have a little clip on the back, but I'm going to hot glue them on. And if I think I need any more pink, I'm going to go ahead and glue in some of these small Christmas balls. I really like them. You get 16 in a pack. And this one you have the glitter, you have the shiny, and you have the soft. I'm going to go ahead and glue in the rest of my ornaments, and then I'll come back and show you the finished product. And there you go, I got everything in. I'm really pleased with how this turned out. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. I am very happy with all of the adornments. I'm happy with the bow and the sign. I think it all came together perfectly. To get started, you're going to need one of these tinsel Santa hats that you can currently pick up at Dollar Tree. You want to go ahead and remove all of the tinsel and everything off of your frame. Okay, I've removed all of the tinsel. You also want to move your hanger from the point here over to this bar right here so it doesn't slide. It hangs better once you get everything on it if you have it over on this side. Before I tried here and it didn't hang straight, so you need to move it over to the side. And then go all the way around the edge here, and you want to trim off these little nubs. They easily trim off with a pair of wire cutters. This just makes it easy when you do the hat and the beard that you don't have to deal with these little pokey things. Next, you're going to need some white fabric. I'm using one of the super soft microfiber cloths that you can get in the automotive section. These are 16 inches by 24. I like these because they're soft, they're nice and thick. And what I have planned to do, you need a kind of heavy fabric. You can also use just regular white fabric. Sometimes in the Crafter Square section, they have their fat quarters that are white. You can use that too. I would not suggest using the white felt that you get from Dollar Tree because it's really thin. If you have nice thick white felt, you can use that. But I'm going to be using one of these. And I will be attaching this. This is the rim of the hat. I'm going to come up just past the rim of the hat by about a ½ inch. We're going to wrap that around to the back. Okay, we're going to glue that down eventually. But right now you want to decide how long you want the beard. And we will cut it kind of more into a point. But right now you want to decide how long you want it. I'm going to go about there. Take your scissors and go ahead and trim off the excess on the bottom. I'm cutting off probably about 6 or 7 inches. Then you want to take it and remove the tag here. Fold it in half. That's going to be your center. Now the end that you cut, this is going to be the point of your beard. So you want to come up about another 6 inches. and then just kind of do a slight round down. You don't need to come to a real strong point. Just like that. And you want to save these pieces because you're going to put them inside the hat. So when you open it up, you have that shape around the bottom. Next, we're going to hot glue this around the rim like I showed you. Now we're going to do it from the back. So I'm going to hot glue it over like this, but you need to come up just by about a ½ inch. Lay down some hot glue along the rim of the hat here and do your best to get it centered. Now you can start to shape the bottom of your beard. If you need to, you can trim off some extra. I'm just going to fold in a little bit here on the bottom. Till I get down to a point. And just use the hot glue. So I have everything folded in and glued down. Now I'm going to do the same thing to the other side until I get the shape that I want for my beard. I have my material attached, and all I did was fold over here in the back, and if I had too much fabric, I just trimmed it and hot glued it down until I got the shape that I liked. I'm really happy with that. I like how it kind of curves just slightly to one side. Go ahead and set this aside. You're going to need several stems of this really pretty white poinsettia. You can use any of the white blooms. If you do not have any white poinsettias in your stores, you can also go over into the wedding section and see if they have bags of white rose petals. You can use those as well. I really liked these when I saw them. They're pure white and they have just a little bit of glitter, and I thought that would make a beautiful beard. So all you need to do is take your wire cutters and go in and trim the little petals off. You want to make sure to trim it close to the leaf and not leave a little stem. And I purchased 9 of these. I'm not sure if I need all of them. I'll let you know when I'm done how much I have left over and if you're going to need more or less. I have all my petals cut. Go ahead and save these. You can use these in another arrangement or maybe another project. Then you're going to want to start here at the point on your beard. And we are going to glue the petals on. Now the petals are shaped in a specific way. They're slightly wide at one end, get a little wider, and then taper down to the point. You want the point to be facing down. And these do have glitter, so for me, I want to make sure that the glitter side is facing up. And then I'm just going to layer my petals. Just put a little dab of glue, start at the very base. Glue one down, go up a little bit, and then place 2. And you don't need a lot, just a little bit of glue. Now this is why you want a thicker fabric, because you're going to be doing a lot of hot gluing. And cover the beard with the petals. I really like the look of these. So just keep adding some hot glue. Come up a little higher, about a 1/2 inch on each row, and just keep stacking until you get the beard covered. The beard and mustache took me a total of 8 stems of the poinsettias. I have my beard all covered in petals. I think it looks really great. And I still have some left, which I'm probably going to be using. You want to go ahead and pull out 10 petals. We're going to be making the mustache. So this is one side. And to do that, you want to take 2 of the leaves, add a small amount of hot glue, lay the second one over but slightly higher, so it looks like that. I'm going to do that again. Add a small amount of hot glue, and then place the other one on top and a little bit forward. And then you glue the 2 together, and you want it to curve slightly because it is a mustache. Okay, so that's 4, and then the 5th one goes right in the middle like that. Again, just a dab of hot glue and glue it into place. Now the mustache will help fill in on either side of the nose once we place the nose. Go ahead and set those aside. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and attach the hat. Dollar Tree has a lot of Santa hats that you can use. I picked up these 2. One is just your regular standard Santa hat. And then this one I thought was really pretty. It has the silver snowflakes. This is the one I'm going to be using. Dollar Tree, if you can find them, also has these hats. And this one was my favorite, but I couldn't find them in my store. But any of them will do. They're all about the same size. You need the adult size. You have your hanger here, so you're going to need to trim a little hole once you get it on in place on the back to pull the hanger through. But first you just want to slide it on and get your placement. Now you need it to come down just to cover the ridge there. And then the tip's going to come over the front like that. Okay. So find your spot in the back. Just feel to where the bar is. And then cut a small hole to pull your hanger through. Okay, I have my hat pulled down. Now if you need to take your petals and kind of fold them around to get the hat to come down far enough, go ahead and do that. And I have my hanger out. Now that I have my hanger out, I'm going to put some hot glue here to keep this closed. And then I'm also going to start to tack down the hat. Just run a little bit of hot glue there in the back and get it down. Okay, now before you tack anything down in the front, I want to stuff the hat. And this is all the little leftovers that I cut off the hat. So I'm just going to take that and stuff that up to help fill in my hat. I have my hat nice and stuffed. Now I want the tip to come over and I want it to stay that way. So I'm going to add just a little bit of hot glue up here. And then I'm just going to fold it over where I want it. I think that looks really cute with the tip folded over. And now we're going to do the nose. You can get these at Dollar Tree. They are 2.4 inch in diameter. They come 3 in a pack. They also have one that comes 4 in a pack. That size will work as well. It's slightly smaller. But this is the one that I chose, 2.4 inch. And all I do is I take the ball and I wrap it in a knee-high or a piece of nylon, anything like that. Wrap it around and tie it off. Dollar Tree also carries knee-highs, and you can choose however dark of a suntan you want his nose to be. So we're going to go ahead and hot glue his nose right in the center there like that. And you want to make sure that the knot is the end that you hot glue in. And just use a good amount so that it stays put. That looks really cute. And now we have the mustache. We're going to help get that in there. That'll help fill in those sides. Same thing with this one. Just add a little bit of hot glue there. And take that end and kind of tuck it up under the nose there to help fill in. Okay, then you can go ahead and start to glue down your hat. Glue it across the tip of the nose here so it stays in place. And add a little bit of glue in the corners there to hold that down. Adjust your little mustache if you need to. Okay, now the last thing I'm going to do here for blending the hat and the mustache and everything is I'm just going to fill in a little bit more wherever I need to through the beard and around in here with what I have left over of my little petals. Just going to keep adding a little bit of glue and then just tuck them in there until I'm happy. And if there's any place down here in the beard where I'm not happy or it's not full enough, all you need to do is just add a dab of glue and then lift up the area and tuck it in. So if there's anything that doesn't look right or if you don't like the shape on the outside, even if you have to cut it in half and then glue just half of it there, because you want to make sure you have the correct shape. I'm going to go ahead and fill in my beard with the rest of the petals, fill in a little bit more around his nose, and then we'll be back and move forward. I got everything filled in. I really like the shape. I'm very happy with the beard and the hat. Now for the final touch, I want to add a little bit of something here on the hat. So I went ahead and picked out a few pieces that I have. I have some glittered fern, some holly, some of this other glittered fern stuff that has little red berries, and a couple pine cones. So I'm just going to go ahead and do some decoration right up here on the hat. And there you go. I got all his decorations on his hat. I did go ahead and add a little bit of snow to his pine cone there. I think he came out absolutely adorable. I really love his beard. To get started, you're going to need one of these green wreath bases that you can get from Walmart. Now this is over in their holiday section. This is a 20-inch non-lit basic wreath, and it is $2.88. Now I've gone ahead and fluffed mine out. They just come really squished together, so you just need to go through and separate your little prongs and fluff out your wreath till you get a nice shape. We're going to be adding decorative mesh to our wreath. You will need the dark green mesh, red and white. You will need to cut 8 pieces at 14 inches of each color. Once you have your mesh cut, then you can start to do your bundles. We're going to be doing the crumple method. I just like to use something to weigh it down. It makes it easier. You start at one end and roll it. I usually just roll twice. You'll need a couple clips to make it easy for you. I put the clip in the middle and then turn and do a roll or two on the other end. Then grab in the center and scrunch all the way across so you get it pinched in the center like that. And I use a clip to hold it. And you do the same to the other two. If you enjoy hauls, crafts, and learning new craft techniques, please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you hit the notification bell when it pops up, you'll be the first to know every time I upload new content. Once you have all 3 of your bundles, you can go ahead and attach it to your wreath. And we're going to use the little fronds here to attach it. So just find your spot, lay it down in, grab the fronds and pull them and give it a twist. And I just kind of have the fronds up, and then you just want to adjust your mesh so that you can see all 3 colors on both sides. Just like that. And then as you're placing your bundles, you'll place one at the top, one at the bottom, one on the right, one on the left, and then go back and place one more in between each one. That'll give you a total of 8 bundles, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and finish adding my deco mesh bundles to my green base. All of the bundles are in. I think it looks very nice and full. And now we're going to go ahead and add in some ribbon. So set this aside. I pulled out 2 ribbon. This one I got from Dollar Tree. It is messy to work with, but it's very pretty. It's just glittered red ribbon. And it is 9 feet. You will need a full roll. Then I also pulled out this ribbon. Now this ribbon is really nice ribbon. It is fabric material, and it has red, green, and gold stripes on a white background that's trimmed in gold. This is 2.5 inch, and it is wired edge. This one I got at papermart.com, and it is called Christmas Stripes Ribbon, 2.5 inches by 10 yards, and I paid $6.45. This one that I got from Dollar Tree is 2.5 inches by 3 yards. Okay. You're going to want to cut 10 pieces at 9 inches each. And we're going to be putting one of each together, and we're going to kind of cross them so that they both show. And as you're placing them on your wreath, place one near the outside, the next one near the inside, the next one near the outside, and just alternate as you move around your wreath. We put all of the bundles along in the center, so we need something a little on the inside and a little on the outside. And that's what we're going to use the ribbon. So you just want to find the center, scrunch it together, scrunch the other one in the center, and then you want to cross them, because you want both of them to show really well. And then find your spot. This one I put on the outside, so the next one I'm going to move over and put on the inside. Just find your two little ties of where you're going to tie it in and tie it in. Just give it one good twist. And then adjust your ribbons so that you can see all of them. I just kind of lift mine out. Make sure it's all turned the right way. Make those ends look pretty. Just like that. Now it'll take about 4 bundles around the inside and then 6 bundles around the outside. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put in the rest of my ribbon bundles. I have all my ribbon bundles in. I think the base looks absolutely gorgeous. I'm very happy with it. Now to attach the sign, you're going to need some pipe cleaners and some floral wire. And this is the sign I've chosen. It says, "This house is under elf surveillance." I thought it was absolutely adorable and goes perfect with the other embellishments that I picked up. To attach this, I went ahead and glued 4 pipe cleaners all the way around. I'm going to be using these to tie it onto the wreath form. And then here where the hanger was for the sign, I took that out and I put some floral wire. Just in case I decide to put this outside on my covered patio. If it gets too cold or too hot, the glue might loosen and then the sign might fall off. But by using the floral wire, this guarantees that the sign will not fall off. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and attach our sign. So you just need to decide where you want to place it. I kind of look at my decorations and decide what I want as the top, what I want as the bottom. I really like my signs to sit up on top of the mesh and pretty much in the middle. And that's where I'm going to put this one right here. And then all I'm going to do is take the pipe cleaners and the floral wire, wrap it around this base, and then push it down so it's hidden underneath everything. And then tie it onto the back. I have my sign on. I'm really happy with it. I think it looks great. Now the next thing that I'm going to add is this really cute little elf hat. I picked this up from Walmart. It was $2.98. It is their holiday time. And it also came, you could get these as well, which I thought were really cute, little legs. And these guys were $1.48. So I'm going to add the hat, and I think I'm going to place it a little bit more here onto the side. Kind of like that. And then I'm going to put the legs down below so it looks like he's kind of hiding in the wreath like that. Now they both come with a clip. I'm going to use the clip, but I'm also going to use hot glue to make sure that they both stay placed. Okay, so I clipped him down in there, and then I put a bunch of hot glue, and now I'm just going to hold him in place until that glue sets up. And I'm going to do the same thing to get the hat attached. For the final embellishments, I'm going to be adding some of these really pretty ornaments. You get 5 in a pack. I really like them. They have all the right colors. The red base, the green stripes, and the white snowflakes. Now to glue these in, I just put the glue around the top and then nestle them in. wherever you would like them. In addition to those, I'm also going to add a few of these ornament candy canes. I think these are really pretty and will look great. Plus they have candy canes on the sign, so it'll tie them in. And I'm simply going to hot glue these on as well. I'm going to add the last bits of embellishment, and then I'll come back and show you the finished product. And there you go. We are all done. I think it came out absolutely gorgeous. It is so fun and festive. To get started, you're going to need 2 of the red oven mitts that you can get from Dollar Tree. These are really well made. I have to say, I was very impressed. The stitching is done really nice. They're nice and thick. Really nice. So go ahead and remove any tags. You will need 2 of them. You'll also need 2 of these microfiber dusters that you can get over in the cleaning department. You're going to want to cut your microfiber cloth here in half. Now there's a really easy way to do that. If you go ahead and go down the center here and separate the little fluffies, you can see that there's an area where there's no fluff. That's where you want to cut it. Now you will cut through some right here on either end, but you just want to do your best to cut up right in the center there. And then just move everything over and trim up the center till you get it cut in half. You'll lose a little bit of fuzz on the ends there that you cut through, but that's okay. Just remove anything that's loose. Now you're going to want to leave this little hook on the side here that they use to hang it. You will be using that. So do not cut it off, and make sure that it's up when you glue on your fuzzies. Okay, so now we're going to start to glue this across the top. And just work your way around. It doesn't quite meet, so you'll need to cut another piece. And just simply hot glue that. Now I'm putting my cut side down. So you just want to slowly hot gluing it around the top here. I have it glued down on that side. Now I'm going to work on this side and just wrap it around. Okay, then I'm just going to measure another piece. And then glue that in right there. And there you go. Doesn't that look cute? Now I am going to run a little bit of glue right here and then squeeze that together so it comes together. And then I am going to just kind of pull and try to remove anything else that's loose and trim anything that looks like it needs to be trimmed. Okay, so you want to do this to both of your mittens. I got the trim on. I'm really happy with that. I think they look absolutely adorable already. And as you can see, I did leave out the little hook there. Now I have this in my stash. I think it is absolutely gorgeous. It is red, green, and gold cord. You can use any small ribbon or cord that you have. It doesn't have to be this. But what we're going to do is tie it here in the loop. You want to go ahead and take one end in there and tie it on. This is what we're going to use to hang them. So go ahead and give it a double knot, and then I'm going to hit it with just a little bit of hot glue to make sure that it stays together. Then you just need to decide how long you need it and how you want your mittens to hang. So I want mine to hang with one a little lower than the other, like that. I'm going to measure up and then down. And then what I'll do is here at the top, once I have it the way I like it, I'll tie a knot so I can hang it from here. And then that way they'll hang at that length the way I want them permanently. Okay, I got my cord on. I'm really happy. Now I did trim the ends and then hot glue them down. Because this is a twisted cord, the ends were unraveling, so that's why I had to glue them down. But it's nice and secure. I'm not going to tie the top until I'm done filling them. So you can go ahead and set these aside. To fill them, I pulled out several different florals. Now for each mitten, I have one stem of this poinsettia, red and white, one stem of the red velvet poinsettia, and then I have two of these frosted greenery with red berries. And then I have this one, which is red. It is Queen Anne's lace. And then this one, which is frosted greenery. And then this one is a flocked fern. Now I don't know if I'm going to be using all of these, but this is what I've pulled out, and I've pulled out this much per mitten. Go ahead and remove all of your tags, and then we'll start to put our bouquets together. Now to prep your florals, on the greenery here, you're going to want to spread them open just like that. And then on your florals, you want to go ahead and spread them open, push up the leaves, and then you want to take the heads and you want to bend them so that they're facing forward rather than straight up. Just like that. And then to start, we're going to start with one of the glittered greenery with the red berries. And then I'm going to take the red poinsettias and I'm going to layer them. And I'm going to put the poinsettias just slightly higher than the greenery. And on the greenery, just spread them out. Okay, so you have your greenery, your red poinsettias, and then you're going to add the other greenery with the berries in the back. And you want that a little bit higher. And then add the other poinsettias, and you want those slightly higher. And you get them all together in your hand once you have all the height correct. And then just wrap it with some floral tape. You can pick this up at Dollar Tree over in the floral department. For the most part, this does stick to itself. So just as you're wrapping it, you need to wrap over itself a couple times. This is just to secure your bouquet together. It'll make it much easier to work with. Just go down a little ways till it's nice and secure. You don't have to go all the way to the end. Come back up a little bit. I have a couple inches wrapped there. And I like to secure the end here with just a little bit of hot glue. Make sure it doesn't come unraveled on me. Now that you have the main portion of your bouquet together, now you just want to play with the greenery and everything and pull it out, mix them up, and place them kind of where you want them. Now, I'm going to take one of these off from the back. I'm going to move this to the front and then just stick it down inside the bundle. You don't have to glue it or anything. That way you can bring one in the front. And then just play with them and adjust your florals. Just keep playing with it until you like it. You want everything kind of facing the front. Once your bundle is the way you want it, slide it down inside your mitten. Just like that. And then I'm going to go ahead and take a few pieces of each of these and feed in and fill in each of my mittens. And there you go. I got everything filled in. Now I ended up only using one stem of this greenery and one stem of the Queen Anne's lace. I also did not use any of the flocked fern, but I'm really pleased with how it turned out. Now here on the back, to get them to hang correctly, I had to glue the string or the cord here onto some of the florals in the back so it would go straight up. And I did that on both of them. Once I figured out how I wanted them to hang, which is just about like that. I'm really happy with how they are now, but I felt it needed one more little thing to finish it off. So I thought this little ornament would be perfect. It says Happy Holidays. And I really love the white background with the red. I think that's going to stand out, and I'm going to put it right here. And there you go. We are all done. I think that is the perfect final touch to finish off Santa's mitten. To get started, you'll need a 14-inch wreath form. And you'll also need some burlap ribbon. You can actually use pretty much any ribbon that you have. We're going to be using it to wrap the base, but I want it to stay neutral in case anything peeks through. And this is 2 inches at 9 feet. And this is Dollar Tree standard burlap ribbon. Now this wreath form happens to be a silver wreath form, but that doesn't matter. It just happens to be the one that I grabbed, but this is 14 inches. So any wired 14-inch wreath form will work. So the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and cover the wreath form. This is just going to make it much easier for us to glue on our snowballs. So right here at one of the crossbars, I'm going to wrap this ribbon around, and then I'm going to add some glue right here onto the crossbar and glue down my ribbon. This will give me a nice secure start to wrapping. Just be careful, don't burn yourself, because the glue will come through the burlap. This is a scraper spatula by Betty Crocker. You can pick this up in the kitchen section at Dollar Tree, or any 100% silicone tool will work. That way if any hot glue gets on there, once it dries, it just wipes right off, and this way you don't burn yourself. Okay, once you have that attached, just slowly work your way around. Just make sure that the wire wreath frame is covered. And keep going all the way until you get your base covered. I have my base finished. Now it did take more than one roll of 9 feet ribbon. As you can see, I didn't have any more of my plain burlap, so I went with the lace, but it's okay because it's all going to be hidden underneath our snowballs. Okay, now we're ready to attach our snowballs. And these are the snowballs that I'm talking about. They're a new item that you can get at Dollar Tree this year. And they have 3 different sizes. They have this one, which is the largest, and these are 3 inches. Then they also have this package, which are 2 inches. You get 8 pieces in this one. And then the smallest package is this one, and it's 1.5 inches, and you get 15 pieces in this. I have 3 packages of each just in case, because this is my first time doing anything like this, so I'm not quite sure. But placing them, I'm going to start with my largest. So these are really nice. They actually have some weight to them and they have some body. They're kind of squishy. I really like them. You can kind of mold them a little bit more round by running them around in your hands. And then all we're going to do is simply glue them to the frame. But you want to rotate some glue straight onto the front, some glue kind of off to the side on the outside, and some glue off to the side on the inside. And I am going to start with my largest because I want to, like I said, get them evenly distributed. Just add a good amount of hot glue. And for the first one, I'm going to place kind of right in the middle. And I'm going to do that directly across. Right in the middle. This one I'm going to go slightly to the outside. So this one I'm going to do slightly on the inside. So just adjust your positioning as you move around. Okay, so I have all the large snowballs on, and I did use the 3 packages. Next, I'm going to go to the smaller size, the 2-inch. I'm going to fill in with that, and then whatever's left, I will go back and fill in with the smallest. I'm going to go ahead and fill in with my medium snowballs, and then I'll be back. I have all of the large and the medium-sized snowballs. Now I used 3 packages of the large and 2 packages of the medium. And now on the rest, I'm going to fill in with the small. I'm just going to go through and glue them in. Now when you're gluing them in, you want to get them in snug, and you want to glue them once you get them down to the snowballs that are next to them. That will help so that you don't get any peekaboos coming through. So get the base on, get it down and in there. And then just kind of spread, add a little bit of glue, and then squeeze them together. It'll look nice and tight that way. I'm going to fill in the rest of my base with my small snowballs. I have all my snowballs attached. Now I did end up needing 3 packages of each of the 3 sizes to complete my base. And I did hold it up, decide where I wanted the top and the bottom. And then here on the bottom, I added a few more of the snowballs to give me a level area to add my decor. And I pulled out a few items. This is one of the reindeer ornaments that you can pick up from Dollar Tree. I also pulled out 1 package of their white Christmas trees over in their cobblestone corner. Then I also pulled out this reindeer in case I decided I wanted to use it instead. And what I'm going to do is set up a little scene here inside the center. I'm going to place the tall tree on one side and the short tree on the other. And I'm just going to hot glue those into place. Now, I really like these white trees. They are nice and pristine, and they match the snowballs very well. Get some hot glue on there and get them placed. Now feel free to adjust your trees a little bit if you need to, if they're not really standing the way that you want, or you need to bend them so that they look like they're standing straight. Just until you're happy with them. Now I'm going to go ahead and place my reindeer, and I'm going to place him kind of a little bit more forward and in front of the trees. Now I really like this reindeer because I like this pop of color. And he does come with, he's an ornament, so he does come with a string. Make sure to remove your string. Now Dollar Tree carries several different types of reindeers. You can use whichever ones you can find. I think this one is really pretty as well. Would be just as pretty there. I just put a little ribbon with some color around his neck. But I'm going to go with this one, and I'm going to glue him in the foreground here just a little bit like that. I'm going to start with his feet. And then wherever he touches, go ahead and just lift him up and add some hot glue to make sure he's fully secured. Now I have my reindeer attached. I think it looks absolutely adorable. Go ahead and set this aside. We're going to work on the bow now. Now I pulled out these two ribbons. This one I picked up from Dollar Tree. This is 1.5 inches by 9 feet. And it's red, white, and green, and says Merry Christmas on it. I really like this ribbon. And then this is one of the ribbons I picked up from Kirkland, which is Costco. And I absolutely love it. It is just the right amount of color. I didn't want too much red or too much white, and with it being sheer, it's the perfect one. So I'm going to be using this for the background and the other one in the foreground. So we're going to start with this one. And I'm not sure how long I want my tail, so I'm going to start with them at 8 inches. Pinch at 8 inches and place it in between the two large dowel rods. Now because this ribbon is nice on one side, you want to twist once you come through so that the nice side is facing down. And I'm going to measure at 5 inches. And then pull back through. Once you get through, you want to twist so the nice side is facing down. And measure at 5 inches again. Now you're going to want to do 2 loops at 5 inches on either side. Once you have your loops at 5 inches, 2 on each side, go ahead and measure your tail at 8 inches and trim. Now we're going to move on to this ribbon, and I'm going to do it a little differently because of the words on here. I want to make sure that they're all facing the correct way. So the first thing I'm going to do is measure out my tail at 16 inches. One piece, and go ahead and trim that. Pinch in the center and add that between the two large dowel rods. That's going to give you your tails. And then let's see, I want my loops to be about 4 inches. So you want to measure a piece at, let's see, 20 inches. Then you're going to take that piece, you're going to bring the two ends together and fold them over each other by about 1 inch. Find the center and pull them together. Turn it over so that the cut side is down. Pinch in the center and add that. smaller, pull it together. Now by doing it this way, I am guaranteed that my words are all going to be facing the right way. Now the last thing I want to do is I want to cut a piece that's about, let's see, probably 3 inches. This is going to be for the center loop. Let's see. Let's see, that was about 6 inches for the center loop. Because you want to curl it around and it needs to cover itself by about 1 inch. Okay. You're also going to need 1 large full-length pipe cleaner. Now I like to slide it down right next to it. Pull it over the top and under again. Pull it nice and snug. This will help keep everything stacked properly when you lift it off. Okay, make sure that's in the center. Go ahead and take your center loop. Make sure your words are all facing the right way. Place that on top. Then take the longest pipe cleaner and feed it through the center. Wrap that to the back. Pull it nice and tight and secure. And then just pull down your tails here and open up your loops. Now you have 2 in the back, spread those, and then pull the one in the front in the center. And that's approximately what your bow should look like. I will cut the tails and adjust the loops a little bit more once I get it on my wreath. Okay, we're going to attach our bow now. You just want to twist it down and then trim it because we're going to hot glue it on. And I want to place my bow slightly off center up here near the top. So I can spread out the tails here like this so you can see the scene in the center. So just go ahead and add a good amount of hot glue and glue down your bow when you find your placement. So I like the length of my tails. I'm just going to go ahead and trim them. On the larger ones, I'm going to do a slight dovetail. And then on the 1.5 inch, I'm just going to cut the bottom at an angle. I think that looks absolutely adorable, but there's a few more items I would like to add to spruce it up just a little bit. I'm going to add some of these vase filler. Now I pulled them out in silver and white. And I'm just going to go through and hot glue them onto the outside here around just like that. And then the other item that I want to add is I have this one stem of glittered fern. They have these really pretty little pieces here at the end that you can just pull off. And I'm going to add some of these around the trees. Add a little something more to the scene. And I'm simply going to hot glue them in. Just decide where you want to place them. You can use whatever greenery that you have that you want to add to your scene. This will add just a little bit more sparkle and a little bit more dimension. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and add my final pieces, and then I'll come back and show you the finished product. And there you go, I'm all finished. I really like the little vase fillers in silver and white. I think that added quite a bit to the base. And then I did go in and add a few more of the glittered fern. I also added a couple so that they're in the back behind the reindeer. I'm really happy with how this turned out. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. I did try something different and new, and I hope you enjoyed it. You're going to need a 14-inch wreath form from the Dollar Tree. This one just happens to be silver, but you can use whatever color you have. For this wreath, we're going to be making 2 separate ribbon bundles. This is how you make the first one. I'm going to be using 2 rolls of this one. Red has some snowflakes and some little white swirlies on them. And I'm going to be using 1 roll of this one. And this is red. It has some green and white stripes on it. And then I'm going to be using 2 rolls of this one. It has a white background and really pretty red poinsettias on it. And you'll also need some pipe cleaners cut in half. You need to cut your ribbon at 9 inches in length. And for each bundle, we're going to be putting 5 ribbons in each bundle. So I'm going to be doing 2 of the red with the snowflakes, 1 with the pattern, and then 2 with a white background and the red poinsettias. Now to put together your bundles, you just want to find the center and you scrunch it together. And then you want to alternate how you lay things down. Keep it pinched in the middle. So I'm going to start out with them crisscrossed. And I'm going to take the single ribbon, scrunch that in the center and put it right in the middle. And then I'm going to alternate whatever I did on the first one, like the white is on this side, so this time on top I'm putting it on this side. And then same thing with the other. Okay, once you have them all in the center pinched, you want to take half a pipe cleaner, wrap that around your center, pull everything forward so you can get it nice and tight. Make sure it's even, pinch nice and close and give it a good twist. And then you want to fluff out your little bundle, and that's just go down to where it comes out, open it up so the nice side is facing up, and then you just want to lift it up and then have it bend at the end like that. And then you just want to separate all of your pieces so that it's open and it kind of looks like a flower. Now I thought this would be a good technique because I know a lot of people have a hard time finding any deco mesh at Dollar Tree. So this way they always have ribbon, pretty much always have ribbon I should say. So this is a great wreath that you can do. You can do for any holiday or season. And it's very nice. So 10 rolls of ribbon, a package of pipe cleaners, and a wreath form. And that's all you need. Okay, so you can see how I'm just kind of opening everything up and kind of giving it so it kind of lifts up and curls at the end so you can really see that ribbon. Make 12 bundles of ribbon. For the second ribbon bundle, we're going to be using this ribbon, which is white, and it has all kinds of Christmas words on it, holly, Merry Christmas. You'll need 2 of those. And then I have this webbed red ribbon. You'll need 2 pieces of that. And then 1 again with the white background and the red poinsettia. You put them together the same way. You need 5 pieces per bundle. And just alternate. Wrap your pipe cleaner around, pull it to the back, get it tight, and twist down. And this is what your second bundle will look like.
Make 12 bundles of ribbon.
To attach your bundles to your wreath form, you will be attaching a bundle on every crossbar on the 2 bars on the outside, all the way around, and 1 in the middle. Then on the inside, in between each of those bundles, you will place another one. So each section will have 5 bundles, 1 on each crossbar, 1 in the center, and then on the 2 bars on the inside, 1 in between those 2. So a total of 5. So to start with, I'm going to attach it right here on the crossbar on the 2 bars on the outside. Okay, so just pull it back, give it a good twist. And now I don't want this to slide, so I'm going to take one of those pipe cleaners and wrap it around so it stays right on that crossbar, and then twist it down again. Now it's up to you. I always push my ends forward. Once you get everything on there, you're not going to see them. If you don't like that, you can always trim them shorter. And that is what the first one looks like. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do a section, and then I'll come back and show you what it looks like. So I have one section done. It looks nice and full and very pretty. Now when you turn it over, you can see I have one attached to each crossbar, 1 in the center on the 2 bars on the outside, and then 1 on the 2 bars on the inside in between each of those. So a total of 5. And as you can see, that fills that section out nicely. Once I fill in the rest, it'll even be fuller. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and finish the base, and then I'll come back and show you the finished product. And here we go, we're all done. I think it came out absolutely gorgeous. Now I made a total of 24 bundles, and there were 5 pieces of ribbon per bundle. And I used a total of 10 rolls of Dollar Tree ribbon. I am very happy with how it came out. Once I organized my ribbon this year, I found I had so much leftover Christmas ribbon that this was the perfect way to use it. So we're going to start by getting our witch hat wreath prepared for our Christmas tree. So the first thing you want to do is go ahead and cut the brim off. So you just want to trim on the outside on either side, and then the one center. I'm going to remove the brim. We're not going to be using that. Now some people like to leave the brim and then they put presents and other things across the bottom of the brim. If you want to do that, you can leave it. I'm just going to be doing the tree part, so I am cutting it off. Now, I want my tree to be a little bit thicker than just the bars that are here, so I'm going to add an additional bar in between each section as I go up. And I am going to be using the thicker floral wire that Dollar Tree carries. They carry very thin floral wire on a spool, and then they also carry thicker floral wire in a little spool. So that's what I'm going to use. Because it is thicker, it'll make it a little easier for me to tie on my bundles. Okay, so you're going to need some wire cutters and some pliers to help you bend it. Now you want to cut the wire so it's just a little bit longer than your space. And then go ahead and start on one end. You want to place it relatively in the middle. It doesn't have to be perfect. Kind of get that wrapped around. Like that. Okay, I just kind of wrapped it around with my hand. I'm going to go over to the other side, try to keep it straight. Like I said, it doesn't have to be perfect. And then wrap around again. Now this floral wire is nice and stiff, but it's still bendable and moldable. So you just want to wrap it around and get that secure. When you get down to the little ends, the pliers come in handy because you can take those little ends and then kind of curl them in. Because they are a little sharp, you don't want to get caught on them. See, so I just kind of twisted that little end in. I'm going to trim the excess off here and then do the same on this side. Slid up a little bit, push it down a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do that and put one in between these three. I don't know if I'm going to need one on the tip, but I'm definitely going to put one on the next three. Okay, I got my bars on. I put one in between, in the middle of all of them except for the one on the top. I'm going to wait till I get up here and see if I need it. You're going to need a package of white pipe cleaners cut in half. And then you're going to need some green deco mesh. Now this deco mesh I picked up from papermart.com. This is 6 inches by 10 yards and it is $4.98. You're going to want to go ahead and cut your mesh at 6-inch pieces. You can use scissors or you can use a rotary cutter. You just want to make sure that you have a nice sharp edge so you can get a clean cut. So you want to cut 6-inch pieces. Okay, so you want to take your 6-inch piece and you grab either corner and pull it. Then you grab the diagonal corner and go ahead and roll it up towards the other diagonal corner, like that. Then you're going to take your pipe cleaner and go to one end and fold it over and pull it tight and then twist. So it's folded over like that. Your longest piece should measure between 7 and 8 inches. Okay? And that's your petal. Let me show you again. You take your 6-inch piece, you grab either corner diagonally, pull to stretch it out, then grab the corner and roll to the opposite corner, like that. Take your pipe cleaner, fold it over, pull tight, and twist. Okay, so that's going to be your petals. Okay, so to attach these to the wreath, I take where it shows both ends. You have the long piece in the back and the shorter one on top. Just feed that underneath the bottom bar. You start at the bottom and work your way up. Give it a couple twists, the pipe cleaner, to attach it to the bar. Pull it straight. And then take the ends and I just fold them to the back of the wreath. Tuck it over, kind of push it down. Okay, and then you just go across each bar and fill in your wreath as you go. So see, it has you have the long piece and the short piece. You want the short piece facing up. Slip one pipe cleaner underneath the bar, the one over the top. Just give it like 2 or 3 twists. Then pull the pipe cleaners together and then push them to the back of the wreath and then slide over. Okay, So go ahead and fill in your tree. I'll do a couple rows and then I'll come back and show you what it looks like. Okay, so I've done 5 rows on my tree. This is what the back looks like. And this is what the front looks like. It is so pretty. It is nice, thick, and full. So I started with 24 bundles and then I reduced it by 4 to 20, and then 16, and then 12, and then 10. So each time I go up, I reduce it by 4, and that seems to be working really well. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and finish filling in my base. And if I run into any issues at the tip, I will come back and explain that. Okay. Okay, I got my base all done. I'm really happy with it. Now I did 24 bundles, 20, 16, 12, 10, 8, 8, 6, and then in the tip I did 9, 4 on each side, and then 1 at the very tip. I also went ahead and attached a pipe cleaner to hang it with. I think it looks absolutely gorgeous. So go ahead and set this aside. So we're going to make a nice big bow to go up on the top. And I picked this up from Dollar Tree. This was in their Thanksgiving collection. It's kind of like an off-white and red. You're also going to need a pipe cleaner. Okay. So the first thing that you want to do is go ahead and make a loop so that it comes and over itself by at least an inch. Okay. Then you're going to go ahead and scrunch that together underneath and pinch it like that. Then you're going to take this side and make another loop, bring it into the center in the back and pinch it. You gotta make sure you hold that nice and tight. Pull out another section, make another loop that's the same size as this one. Go ahead and pinch it. Okay. And we're going to pull out another loop. I'm going to pull it down, then pinch it in the center. And then I'm going to go kitty corner, pull it out, do another loop, bring it back and pinch it in the center. Okay, I'm going to do it one more time on each side. Pick up that loop, bring it back to the center and pinch. Go diagonally out. And pull it back. And pinch. Okay, so I have everything pinched in the center that I'm holding. Go ahead and pull out the rest of your ribbon. And take that end, bring it up to the back, and then pinch it in with everything else. Then you're going to take your pipe cleaner, feed it through the center, wrap it around right where you have that nice and pulled tight. Pull really tight, grab it and pinch and twist. Okay. and pull that loop all the way out and cut. So I use the entire roll for the big bow, and you just have to play with it and fluff it back out. Okay, so you have the one loop in the middle and then 3 loops on either side. You just got to play with it, fluff it. Okay, this is what's going to go on the very top of our tree. Once I get it on there, I'll play with it a little bit more. And then I'm going to wait to cut the ends until I get it onto to see exactly how long I want it. But that is your nice, big, fluffy bow. Okay, I got my bow on my tree. I'm really happy, and I left the tails as long as they were. I just dovetailed them. I think it looks really cute on the tree. Now to decorate the tree, I have some of this flocked fern. It's just called fern, but it's white and sparkly. Then I also have a package of these small red balls. And then I'm thinking about also adding some of the small pine cones. Let's go ahead and set this aside for a minute. Okay, to prep these, just go ahead and clip them off. And then look at how they're put together, like this one. Cut here. And then another piece here. So that one stem, I have 3 pieces. And then what I'm going to do is just add some hot glue and then stick it inside the tree. You want to go ahead and prep your ferns. I picked up 3 of these. I don't know if I'm going to use all 3, but I'll let you know when I'm done how much I used. I also wanted to let you know I used less than 1 roll to do that whole wreath of the Paper Mart deco mesh. Now this deco mesh comes 6 inches at 10 yards. It's $4.98, and I have about 1/4 of a roll left. Now this is about 4 times the length of the Dollar Tree rolls of deco mesh. So this is only about 25 cents more per roll compared to Dollar Tree. But this mesh is much thicker and easier to work with, and it doesn't fray as much. So when you're using it, you don't have to use as many bundles because it's thicker. So I think this is very comparable to price, but as far as quality, it's much better. So it's nice to know that I can do a whole wreath with just 1 roll of mesh. So for $5 in mesh, I was able to do that wreath, and I still have some left over. Okay, so I have my pieces cut. Just go and add some hot glue along the stem. Decide where you want to place it, lift it up, and go ahead and place it in there. You just want to mix the different sizes and shapes that you have. And then the same thing with the little balls. I don't want this part to show, so I'm going to put the hot glue there. And then just kind of lift up and stick it in. Wherever you would like them. Just want that little bit of color to peek through. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get all of my embellishments glued in. Okay, so I got all my glittery fern in and my red balls. I decided I do want to add pine cones, but that these little pine cones are too small. So I do have some larger pine cones that I picked off of some picks that I picked up from Dollar Tree. I'm going to use those. Go ahead and set this aside. Now I'm going to add a little bit of snow tipping to my pine cones because I want them to look frosty. So I'm just going to take a little bit of some apple barrel acrylic white paint and then go through and just touch some of the edges with the white paint just so that it looks snow tipped. Now it's up to you. You can do a lot, you can do a little, you can skip this step. Whatever your choice is. I just felt like the tree needed something else, and those little pine cones just aren't going to do it. That looks just like that. So I have about 8 pine cones here that I'm going to go ahead and do that to, and then I'm going to attach those to my wreath. Okay, I am all done. I'm really happy with how it came out. I did end up using 2 stems of the flocked fern, 1 package of the small red balls, and 16 come in a package. And then I used 10 of the larger pine cones that I tipped in white. I'm very happy with how it came out. Now you want to go ahead and cut your pipe cleaners in half. Now this is a no-cut deco mesh wreath. So you will not have to cut the mesh. The only time you're going to have ends is when the deco mesh is at the end of its roll. So what you want to do is you want to take the end of the deco mesh and you want to pull it together and kind of scrunch it up to a tight, nice tight little end. You're going to do the same thing with the white. I'm going to bring the 2 together so they're all both nice and tight. You want to make sure that they are side by side and one is not over the other. You wrap your pipe cleaner around that end, fold it over and pull it nice and tight and twist. Now you see I have them 2 together and I have them side by side. Okay, then to attach it to the wreath, you're going to take the ends from the front, you're going to push it through to the back. You're going to use those pipe cleaners, and I'm going to attach it right here where the bar is. That nice and tight. Wrap it around a couple times. Okay, then you're just going to take your scissors. You're going to trim off the messy end. You're going to keep that on the back of the frame. And I usually just take the little ends and wrap them around of the pipe cleaner. You want to grab it into kind of a loop and pull up. And you want to measure approximately 3 inches up. It doesn't have to be exact. But if you lay the ruler down and you measure with it flat down, it comes up about to the 3-inch mark. You want to pinch it there, pull it together again, keeping them side by side. Now the reason why you want to make sure that you keep them side by side when you're doing this is if you do it with one on top of the other, it will stay that way, and you want to be able to see both colors. So if they're side by side, then they both shine. Okay, so you take that pinch, you wrap around a piece of pipe cleaner, You twist it on there. Okay. And then I'm going to attach it right here on this crossbar. Turn it over and twist. And then go ahead and just cut off the excess. Okay, so you're going to do the same thing again. Pull it out, kind of fold those ends in, or the sides, I should say. Pull it snug, lift it up and down, pinch that spot where you're going to attach it. Go ahead and attach that pipe cleaner. Now I'm going to attach it on the very end. Just feed it through. Twist a couple times. Cut the excess off. Okay, so go ahead. We're going to pull again. And this is just, you just keep going. I'm going to go ahead and measure. Grab and pinch, put your little pipe cleaner on there and twist. Okay, now I'm going to go back and hit this bar. So basically what you do is you're going to do 3 loops across and then go up and do 3 loops across, and you're going to go back and forth until you get all the way around the wreath. Now when you're doing your loops, when you come to the inside, you want to make your loops a little bit smaller than you were making them for the middle and for the outside. Just because this is a smaller circumference and it won't take as many. So just make your loop a little bit smaller when you get there. Okay, and then as you're working on this, you just want to make sure that you're pushing everything in and getting it nice and snug as you're attaching them. Now it's up to you, however big or small you want to make your loops. The smaller you make them, the more you'll have to make. So keep that in mind. I really like this method because it really mixes up the colors and there's no fraying because you're not cutting any of the mesh. So you can see I've been making good progress. This is 4 rolls of deco mesh, 2 in the red and 2 in the white. There you go. It is all nice and full, very pretty. It takes a total of, I've used 10 rolls, and I have that much left of the last 2 rolls. I've also gone ahead and cut my ribbon to get it ready. I cut all of my ribbon at 10 inches. I did 1 roll of this, the poinsettia, and you get 10 pieces out of 1 roll, which should be sufficient to do the wreath. I went ahead and dovetailed them. To dovetail, all you do is fold the ends together. I usually do 2 at a time. And then you just cut a triangle in. And that gives you a nice dovetail. Okay, so I have 10 pieces of 10-inch ribbon. Same with the smaller ribbon, both the red and the silver. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make ribbon bundles, and I'm going to be adding one of the little silver bells in the middle. So I'm going to take poinsettia, the silver, and then the red, and then I'll be putting the bell on top. So the first thing that you want to do is you're going to want to put the bell on your pipe cleaner. And I do have all my pipe cleaners cut in half. So pull the bell to the middle of your pipe cleaner and just do 1 twist. That way it will not move on you. Okay? And go ahead and you want to pinch your large wired ribbon in the middle. I add the silver and then the red. And then I put the bell over with the pipe cleaner. Pull it nice and snug and do another twist or 2. And then you have a nice little bundle to put on your wreath. Okay, so this is what the little bundle looks like. It has a nice little bell in the middle. Now you get 9 bells, so I'm going to go ahead and make 9 bundles. I will have 1 extra bundle that does not have a bell with it, but that's okay. If I need to add that last bundle, I can do it without the bell. But when you add the ribbon, after you've already added the mesh, you don't need as much ribbon, and you'll still get a nice full effect. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and make these bundles, and I'll be right back. Okay, so I have all my little bundles made with my ribbon and my bells. Next thing we're going to work on is the Santa sign. Remove the hanger that's on there. I'm going to remove the top from the bottom. It simply and very easily comes off. They were smart this time. They only used glue to attach. Now I'm going to use the hole up here to attach it to the wreath, and then I'm also going to glue some pipe cleaners on either side here to attach it to the wreath. And then on the bottom, we'll glue one here. These are both pipe cleaners, or the pipe cleaners are cut in half. Just lay down a nice glob of glue and lay the pipe cleaner in there. So for the wreath, how I'm going to hang it, you can either simply use a pipe cleaner to hang it. I really like to use ribbon, so I buy this really thin. It's 10 yards, 1/8 of an inch. And this is what I use to hang my wreaths with. I prefer it, and I usually pick a color that's in the wreath. Just cut a piece, fold it in half, tie it in a knot. And then I decide where I want the top to be. Flip it over. And then I feed it underneath the wire and back through the loop. And then that makes it really easy. And if you need to adjust it after you get everything on, maybe to move it to one side or the other so that it hangs straight, I can easily remove it. Okay? Okay, the glue is all nice and dry. The pipe cleaners are nice and secure. So what I'm going to do is attach my Santa sign kind of in the middle here. I want him to kind of fill up that middle section. So I'll be attaching him approximately here. Start with the top. I'm going to move the mesh out of the way and feed the pipe cleaners down and attach it to the ring. And just kind of play with your mesh. Get him nestled in there how you like him. Doesn't that look adorable with him nestled right in the middle? And then the next thing, we're going to attach the feet. I want them to kind of dangle down right underneath him. So again, I'm going to kind of move the mesh out of the way and get my feet in there. And again, just kind of adjust the mesh around him. See where you get your feet. And so you have them hanging down right below. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and start adding in our ribbon bundles. And when I add in the ribbon, I kind of like to do the outside and then one on the inside and one on the outside. So what I'll do is put one here, and then go back to the outside, then more of the inside, more of the outside. And I kind of rotate that way so you get a nice mix. I got all the 9 bundles on with the bells. I think it looks great with the 9. I don't need any more. And when you're fluffing your bows, you want to grab either side of the large one, kind of curl them around, and then when you do the 2 smaller, pull them side to side and then opposite on the top so that you get kind of a crisscross. You'll be able to see all of your ribbon that way. Is that I did go ahead and put some glue and glue the legs to the mesh because they kept moving back and forth. So this way they're staying right where I need them to be. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and add the last few bits of decorative items, and I will be back and show you the final product. I went ahead and added the red balls. I think he looks really good just the way he is. I hope you enjoyed this craft. He was really fun to make. To get started, you're going to need 2 of the candy cane wreath forms that you can get at Dollar Tree. It's just called a metal wreath. You will need 2 of those. And you're also going to need a package of their nylon cable ties. You can find these over in the hardware section. These happen to be 8-inch, and you get 60 in a pack. So we're going to attach them like this. You want to cross over by 1 section on both ends so that you have a nice long loop. This is going to come out a nice long swag. Then you're going to use the cable ties to secure them together where the crossbars are. You simply want to feed them around. Feed it through. Pull it down nice and tight. And you want to do it on all 4 sections where it crosses. I have my 2 frames secured together. As you can see, I went ahead and attached in 4 areas on both ends. Fold it nice and tight and then trimmed off the excess. Go ahead and set your frame aside. You're going to need something to measure with, either a ruler, a yardstick, or a cutting mat. A package of pipe cleaners that have been cut in half. And then you're going to need 4 rolls of red deco mesh, 4 of the white, and 4 of the green. We're going to be doing the poof method or the bubble method. I've heard this called either one. And you start by taking the ends of each color, and you scrunch them up. And bring them together. You want them side by side so it makes it easier for you when you separate the poofs. Okay, so once you have them all together side by side, take a pipe cleaner and wrap it around the ends. Always fold it over to make it easier for me to get a good grip. Pinch right at the base and twist. You want that nice and tight so it doesn't come apart. Now when I do a method where I'm using multiple rolls of deco mesh, I like to put 1 out on either side of my body, and then when I'm doing 3, I leave 1 here on the desk. That just helps so that the rolls do not get entangled. Then you want to go ahead and take your frame and we're going to take our end. We're going to feed it through from the front to the back. And then take those pipe cleaners and you want to attach it right at one of the crossbars here. Wrap it around either side and give it a good twist. And then I like to take those ends, pull them back through my pipe cleaner, and then twist it down again just to make it extra secure. You don't want that to get loose and unravel your work. Twist that down, and then I just push the pipe cleaners down. Okay, you can trim some of the excess, but you don't want to get too close. You need to leave at least like 3/4 of an inch so it doesn't slide out. Okay, so we're nice and secure. Then you want to grab all 3 colors at one time, and you're going to gently pull them out, and you want to measure at 8 inches. Then you're going to pinch right at 8 inches. Grab a pipe cleaner, wrap it around, get it tight and secure. And then you're going to go ahead and attach that to the 2 bars in the middle. So wrap that pipe cleaner around either side to the back. Give it a good twist. And then I just push my ends back up forward. You won't be able to see them. And you push that over and you just keep going until you fill up each section, and each section is between each crossbar. Okay, so I'll show you again. Pull all 3 together and then measure to 8 inches. pinch at 8 inches. Wrap your pipe cleaner around. Get it nice and snug. Twist to secure. And then go ahead and attach it to the 2 bars in the middle of the frame. Push the little ends up and push over. Once I've completed a section, then I'll go back and I separate out my poofs. And you just want to change up. Red will be here, white will be here, green will be here, and then on the next one, white will be first, then green, then red. You just need to mix up their placement as you fluff them out. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to complete a couple sections and then I'll come back and show you what it looks like. Okay, so I've completed 3 sections and I've gone back and fluffed out my poofs. I think it looks so pretty. It is filling in really nicely. As you can see, I've done 3 sections. Now on the straight sections I did 5 poofs, and on the curved sections I did 6. And this was 1 roll of each color. I was able to do 3 sections, so I should have plenty of mesh to finish it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to finish my base, and then I'll come back and we will decorate. I have the base done. I'm really happy with how it came out. It is nice and full. I did just attach it to the 2 bars in the middle all the way around. And in each section, the straight sections, I put about 5 poofs. In the curved sections, I did 6. It took a total of 12 rolls of Dollar Tree deco mesh. And that was 4 green, 4 white, and 4 red. Okay, go ahead and set that aside. We're going to go ahead and make our ribbon bundles. And the ribbon that I've chosen is this really pretty glittered ribbon that I picked up from Dollar Tree. This is 5/8 of an inch at 12 feet. This really pretty red and black check. This one I picked up from Dollar General. It was $2. And this is 2.5 inches by 9 feet. Dollar Tree on occasion also carries this, but you can usually find this pretty much anywhere. And then I'm going to be using this ribbon as well. This one I picked up from papermart.com. This is 2.5 inches by 10 yards. It was $5.45. Absolutely gorgeous ribbon, really nice quality. Okay, so on your glitter ribbon, you're going to want to cut 5 pieces at 11 inches. And then for your 2.5 inch ribbon, you want to cut these at 12 inch, and you'll need 5 pieces as well. You're going to need some pipe cleaners cut in half. Take one of each of the 2.5 inch ribbons. I'm going to dovetail the ends. Just put them together, fold them, and cut a little triangle. Do that on both ends. Okay, so I'm going to put the plaid one in the back, the one with the pine cones and the greenery on top, and my glitter one right on top. And I'm going to take this one, and on the small ribbons I just like to cut at an angle on the end. that. That's going to go in the middle on the top. So the plaid, the pattern, and then the glitter. Just fold that up so I can find the center. Go ahead and pinch that in the center. Wrap your pipe cleaner around. I always like to fold my ribbon down. This just makes it easier for me to get a good grip on there. Pinch and twist. And this is what your ribbon bundle will look like. And when you fluff this out, you want to pull one to each side of the large ribbon and your glitter in the middle. Okay, so you need to make 5 bundles of these. I have all of my ribbon bundles made. Now I have a couple of these really nice large bells left over from a previous project. I'm going to add these too. And I wanted to show you how I'm going to attach them. You'll need a full pipe cleaner. Feed that through the top there. Pull it down to the middle and then twist. And then pull it out and keep twisting for about an inch, inch and a half. Because you want the bell to sit up on top, you don't want it to be pulled down too far when you attach it. So I have 3 bells. I love that sound when your door opens and closes when it has the wreath. Just makes it more Christmassy for me. You're also going to need one of these signs from Dollar Tree. I thought this was so adorable. I really love the Santa. I love the kind of vintage feel. And I really liked the red and black buffalo check. That's kind of why I picked that ribbon, so it would pull that out. And I love holly. Now to prepare the sign, up here where the jute cord was to hang it, I removed it and placed with a piece of floral wire. This is what I'm going to use to attach it. Down here at this end, I just glued on a pipe cleaner. This I will also feed through to the back and attach. Now I want to place my sign kind of in the middle but off on the side. So I'm going to place it right here on this side. I want to put a very large bow up here. That's why I only made 5 ribbon bundles to go throughout the wreath. Now I'm just going to feed the floral wire and the pipe cleaners through to the back and attach it to the wreath frame. Okay, you want to make sure you get it placed where you want it. Once you have it secured and placed, you can tighten it down. But I really like it there on the side. Next, I'm going to go in and add my ribbon bundles. Now remember, I'm going to place a large bow up here. So I don't want to place anything in this area. I'll place one here, one below, and then some on this side. And the same thing, you just want to go ahead and feed it down between the mesh until you get to the wreath form, and then attach it to one of the bars. And once you have it placed, fluff out your ribbon. Place the rest of my ribbon bundles. I got all my ribbon bundles placed, and I also placed the 3 green bells. I love that sound. And I left them long on the pipe cleaner so that they would sit up on top. Now I'm going to add this package of glittered and shiny green ornaments. There's 7 pieces in the package. These are their pretty large ones. And I'm just going to hot glue these in. Just place them right around the top here where it would hang. And then nestle that part into the wreath. Now I'm just going to work my way around, and I'm going to alternate between the glittered and the shiny. Okay, I got all the Christmas balls glued in. I'm really happy with it. Now we're going to go ahead and work on doing the big bow that I want to go up here in this spot. I'm going to need a full pipe cleaner, and I'm going to use the same ribbon that I put in to make the bow. So I cut a piece at about 12 inches. This is going to be my center poof. Fold it in half and then pinch it at the bottom. Then I'm going to take my pretty berry and leaf, and I'm going to fold that over and pinch it and put that alongside. Then I'm going to twist and do another loop on the other side. Pinch it again in the middle. And I'm going to twist, pull up, do another loop. Pinch. I'm holding everything right in the bottom here. I'm going to do one more loop. Okay. I'm going to pull a long piece out. Pull that back up. Pinch it. And cut. So I have the one loop in the middle. I have one loop on each side, so there's 4, and then a large loop at the bottom, which is going to be tails. Now I'm going to use the rest of this. I'm going to grab it right at the bottom with everything else. I'm going to add a loop, pinch it, go to the other side, add a loop, pinch it. Okay. Now I'm going to leave this piece out as a tail. I'm going to take that pipe cleaner and I'm going to wrap it around where I've had it pinched at the base. Get that nice and tight. Give it a good twist. Okay. Now I'm going to dovetail this in. I'm going to pull this long loop out, cut it, and dovetail these in. now this pipe cleaner is what I'm going to use to attach it. And now I just need to go through and fluff out my bow. Just pull down the loops and open them up. And play with it until you get it the way that you like it. I went ahead and attached my bow. I'm really happy. I love the long tails. Now I felt like it was still missing something, so I went ahead and I added one stem of holly. A few down here and a few up here. There is a lot of holly here in the sign. So I went ahead and added a few to fill in. Well, I'm really happy with how my old Saint Nick came out. I hope you enjoyed today's tutorial. You're going to need one of the 14-inch wreath forms from the Dollar Tree. You're also going to need a package of pipe cleaners cut in half. You're also going to need some of this decorative mesh that I picked up from Dollar Tree. This is their red and black buffalo check mesh. You're also going to need a ruler. So to get this started, you're going to take the ends of both rolls of the mesh and you get them all scrunched up. We're going to be doing the poof method. I've also heard this called the bubble method. And usually you see this done with 10-inch or larger mesh. But this is how I figured out how to use it with the 6-inch mesh, is I do 2 rolls at a time. Okay, so you wrap that pipe cleaner around the end of the 2 rolls. Get that nice and tight. And then you're going to want to attach that right here at the crossbar on the 2 bars in the middle. Now I take this and I push it through those 2 bars in the middle. And then I turn it around and attach it with the pipe cleaners right there on the bar. Twist it down and then push the pipe cleaners to the back. Okay? So I have it attached right here on the crossbar where the 2 are, and both of them are together. Now when I work with 2 rolls like this, I like to put one out on each side of my body. That way they don't tangle together while I'm working on them. Now this method is very simple and easy to do. It's great for a beginner. You want to use your ruler and you grab your both pieces of the mesh and you pull together, and you want to measure it at 8 inches. You pinch at the 8-inch mark, grab a pipe cleaner, get it around that spot nice and tight and twist. And then you're going to go back and attach it to the 2 bars in the middle. So take that pipe cleaner, put it on either side, pull it to the back, and twist. Okay. And then you just keep doing that. Grab, pull to 8 inches, pinch, add a pipe cleaner, get it nice and tight, and then attach to the 2 bars in the middle. Okay, and then I usually do a whole section and then I go back and fluff out my poofs, and that's just simply pull the 2 poofs apart and open them up. Just like that. And then once it gets full, it'll look really pretty. I wanted to show you my progress. I have done 2 sections and I'm really happy with how it's coming out. I have gone back and fluffed out both sections, and the 2 rolls did both sections, so that's perfect. It should take you a total of 6 rolls to do this wreath, which is wonderful. I'm going to go ahead and finish the base, and then we'll be back and we'll start to decorate. I have the base all done. I'm really happy with how it came out. It's nice and thick and full. If you turn it over, you can see I attached only on the 2 bars in the middle. I did go ahead and add a little bit of jute cord at a crossbar to hang it with. Okay, so go ahead and set that aside. You're also going to need one of these signs that you can pick up at Dollar Tree. Gnome for the holidays. I thought it was absolutely adorable. I knew I had to make a wreath with it. So to prep this, you're going to need some floral wire and some pipe cleaners. So I just hot glue a pipe cleaner on either corner on the bottom. And then here on the top where the jute cord was to hang the sign, I took that out and then ran floral wire. One through the hole, one over the top, and then twisted it together. And this is what we're going to use to attach to our wreath. It fits perfectly right in the middle. To attach it, you simply take the pipe cleaners, push the mesh aside, get down to where the wreath form is in the back, and then just twist it onto one of the bars. Now when you originally attach it, don't tie it down too tight because you may need to adjust it a little bit. So just give it a little twist or 2, and you'll do the same thing with the floral wire. Go ahead and just move the mesh over until you can get down to where the bar is. I got my sign on. I'm really happy with that. Go ahead and set that aside. Now you're going to need some ribbon. I picked this up at Dollar Tree. It is 2.5 inch by 9 feet. Wired edge ribbon. This is a fabric ribbon. This is really pretty. It has the red, green, and gold in it. If you can't find this ribbon at Dollar Tree, this one will also work. And this is also from Dollar Tree. This has the red, the green, and the off-white in there. So either of these 2 will work. I'm going to be using this one. Now you're going to want to measure your ribbon at 12 inches. You will need to cut 6 pieces of ribbon. Then go ahead and dovetail your ends. Now this ribbon, when I pulled it off the roll, it was wrapped really kind of weird, so it looks a little funky right now, but once I get it on the wreath and straightened out, it'll look fine. Okay, and you're also going to need a package of the large green bells from Dollar Tree. So how I do my ribbon bundles, I'm going to go ahead and string on one of the bells first. There's a little space on the back here to do that. Get it in the middle and just give it one twist so the bell doesn't move. And then take your ribbon and scrunch it in the middle and place that on the bell. Go ahead and twist. Now you want to make sure if your ribbon has a nice side and a not so nice side, that the nice side is facing up underneath the bell. Okay? You will make 6 bundles. Okay, to attach your ribbon bundles, all you have to do is separate the mesh until you can get down to where the bar is. Feed it down there and attach it to one of the bars on the wreath form. Simply give it a twist And then you want to adjust your ribbon so that you can see it and that you can also see the bell. Just like that. Okay, and you can see I used all 6 and I'm happy with that amount. Next, you're going to need some of these round ornaments that you can get from Dollar Tree. This one is all green. It has the glitter and then the soft green. And 12 pieces come in a package. Okay, so I'm going to add these next. And I just simply add hot glue around the top here. Move the mesh over and then stick it in right where you want it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and add these. I'm going to alternate between the glitter and the soft as I move my way around the wreath. I placed all of the green Christmas balls in. I'm really happy I only used 6, 3 of the glitter and 3 of the soft. Now the last thing that I'm going to add are some bits of holly. There's some holly here in the sign, so I wanted to bring that out. I really like this holly that is variegated. Dollar Tree also has a solid green holly, but I think I'm going to use just this one because it has the white in it, so it'll help pull the sign. Okay, and just simply push the green up to the top, cut it. You want to leave yourself about an inch, inch and a half. That's where you're going to place the glue. Just simply run some hot glue there on the stem. And then go ahead and feed it down into the wreath. That hot glue will set it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and finish off the wreath by adding some holly. When I come back, I will show you the finished product. I'm all done. I'm really happy with how it turned out. I ended up using 2 stems of the holly. I used 1 stem on the inside and then I moved to the outside and put another stem around the outside. You're going to need an 18-inch wreath form from the Dollar Tree. And you're also going to need several packages of this decorative mesh that you can pick up at the Dollar Tree. This is 6 inches by 3 yards, and it is the light blue with the faux snow on it. Now I picked up 10 packages, and I'm hoping that that will be enough. These are only 3 yards. You're also going to need a package of pipe cleaners that are cut in half and a ruler. Go ahead and unwrap your deco mesh. Now I always like to cut 2 at a time, so I layer my deco mesh one on top of the other. And we're going to be cutting our deco mesh at 15 inches. And we're going to be doing the ruffle method. So you cut your strip at 15 inches, you start at one end, and then you just scrunch it right down the middle, all the way down until you get to the other end, and you pinch in the middle. Take your pipe cleaner, wrap it around your middle, pull it to the back, make sure it's nice and snug, pinch and twist. And that's what your little bundle will look like. Show you again. So you have your piece of mesh cut at 15 inches. You start at one end and you scrunch it right down the middle till you get to the other end. Pinch it and then wrap your pipe cleaner around the middle. Pull it to the back. Pinch it and twist. Just like that. Now this deco mesh I really like. It is messy to work with, but I am seeing no frame with this deco mesh that you can get from Dollar Tree, which is great. Then to attach it to your wreath, this 18-inch only has 3 bars, so I'm only going to be attaching them to the center bar. If you have an 18-inch that has the 4 bars, then you want to attach it to the 2 bars that are in the middle. Simply put the pipe cleaners on either side, pull to the back, and twist. And then I just take the silver ones and push them back up. The darker colored ones I snip and then push up. I don't want them as long because they will show through in the front. I don't care if the silver does because I'm going to be adding a lot of silver ornaments to it. Okay, and then in each section is between each crossbar, you will put 10 bundles. You should be able to get approximately 14 to 16 cuts. So that's 14 to 16 bundles out of 2 rolls of deco mesh. So it should take you 10 rolls of deco mesh to do the 18-inch wreath. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to finish making up all my bundles and attaching them to my wreath. You can see it looks nice and full, which is what I like. And as you start getting it full, then you can really see that it is light blue. When you first start, it won't look that color until you get enough together. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and finish my base and then we'll be back. When you get to the end of your rolls, you're going to have some pieces that aren't going to be quite long enough. So I have 2 pieces here from the end of each roll, and they're 8 inches each, but I'm going to still use them and make a bundle, but I'm going to put them together, and I wanted to show you how. So go ahead and just scrunch it up like you normally would. Hold that in your finger and go ahead and scrunch up the second piece. And then you want to put them side by side in the same bunch. And then wrap your pipe cleaner. Like that, pull tight and twist. Because you need to make sure that you get 15 bundles out of 2 rolls, otherwise you're not going to have enough to do your whole wreath. Okay? Okay, I got the base all done, and it took the full 10 rolls of mesh. I'm really happy with how it turned out. As you can see, I attached everything to the center bar. Place the deer onto the wreath. Now it's up to you which direction you want to put him. That's completely up to you. I'm going to go this direction. Okay, so to prep our reindeer here, we're going to attach some pipe cleaners so that we can attach it to our wreath. And I just simply add a nice dollop of hot glue and then place my pipe cleaner in the middle. I usually put a little bit more on top and then let that glue set up really well. Okay, I went ahead and moved the other pipe cleaner down here. It wasn't close enough to the other edge of the wreath. Okay, so I have one down here on the leg and one here on the chest. And then I've gone ahead and used some floral wire, the silver, and attached it here on the horns of the reindeer. And I've left those nice and long. Now I'm going to be attaching it to the wreath there in those 3 places. Okay, and to do that, you simply take your pipe cleaners and you feed that down in between the mesh until you get down to the bar, and you attach it to the bar, the frame of the wreath. Okay, then go ahead and adjust it. Make sure it's where you want it. And then once you have it adjusted, you can go ahead and tighten it down. Okay, so my deer is on nice and secure. And then I also went ahead and added a little piece of silver cord here to hang it. I just simply tied it around one of the crossbars. Now we're going to go ahead and decorate it. I picked out this package of ornaments. You get 7 pieces and you have glittered silver and royal blue balls. Okay, and then to attach these, I'm simply going to hot glue them in. And I'm just going to put the hot glue here on the top. And then go ahead and place it into the wreath. You just want to hold it for a few minutes and make sure that glue sets. Okay, and I'm just going to go around the wreath and I'm going to alternate between the silver and the blue. Okay, so I have all the balls attached. I have one dark blue one left over. I might use that later, but so far I'm liking it. Now you're going to need a package of the white snowflakes. 6 come in a package. Just trim off the little hanger that comes with it. And then go ahead and apply some hot glue in the middle and the back. And then place that on your wreath. You need to push it down and hold it for a minute so that that glue will set. So it looks like that. So I'm going to go ahead and attach some of the snowflakes. Okay, so I went ahead and attached my snowflakes. Now I used 5 of them. I left this space up here empty because I'm going to be putting a bow up here. Okay, so go ahead and set that aside. Now you're going to need some floral wire and some of this really pretty silver ribbon that I picked up from the Dollar Tree. I think it is very pretty. It looks very webbed. Okay. So go ahead and cut yourself a piece of floral wire about 6 to 8 inches. Okay, and then we're going to make a bow. So go ahead and make a loop and then pinch in the middle. Make a loop on the other side that's the same size. Go ahead and pinch it in the middle. And you can check to make sure they're the same size by lifting up. And then go ahead and do another loop on either side. Make them about the same. Pinch in the middle. Then you're going to want to take a piece, pull out quite a long piece because that's going to be your tail, and then pull that up to the back and pinch in the middle. Cut that part off. Okay, so you have everything pinched there in the middle, and you want to take your floral wire and wrap it right around where you have it all pinched. Pull that to the back, get it nice and tight and twist. Now you want to leave the ends of that floral wire on. That's what you're going to use to attach it to the wreath. Okay, and then that one long loop that you left out, that's going to be your tails. So you want to pull that out till it's even and then cut it. Okay, so I have 2 loops on either side for my bow and some long tails. So I'm going to go ahead and put this on my wreath right up here. And same thing, I'm going to take the floral wire and I'm going to feed it to the back and attach it to the wreath. play with your bow. Now this is going to be a floppy bow. It's not, there's no wire edge in this ribbon at all. And you got your long tails. Now in the middle of the bow here, I'm going to place one of these ornaments that I picked up from Dollar Tree. I think they are so pretty. It's a snowflake with a raised flower and a jewel. I'm going to hot glue that right into the middle of the bow. Okay. Okay, so I got my ornament glued on. I think that looks really pretty. I'm very happy. The last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add some of these silver and white vase fillers. I'm just going to go ahead and fit in a few all the way around the wreath. All you got to do is add just a dab of hot glue and then place them wherever you would like. Okay, we're all done. I'm really happy with how this came out. I have everything open. The first thing I'm going to do is turn the wreath over to the back, take a pair of scissors, and I'm going to just trim some of this tinsel off that's sticking out in the middle. I don't really want it to show, and I'm not going to be able to put a lot of ornaments right around the middle because I still want to have this area open. So I'm just going to trim any long pieces off. See, it makes it nice and clean around the center. Now for the larger balls, I just have the silver and the red. I have some few pieces of gold that was left from the tree, and then these came out of a new package. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do the outside ring, and I'm going to use the majority of large, and then I'm going to mix in some of these. I also have a few little white ones that came in one of the packages, so I'll mix in a few of those. So it's best to start around the edge and get that done, and then you can kind of fill in the middle. And again, start with the larger and the medium ones, get all those in, and then you'll want to go back with any little small ones and fill in with those. Okay, and it's simple. Again, you just like the tree, hit the glue around where the hanger is, and stick it on in and hold it just for a minute to get it set. Okay, very simple and easy. I'm going to go ahead and get some done, and I'll be right back and show you. Okay, so I've gone ahead and attached everything around the edge. I did go ahead and do a pattern around the edge because I wanted to make sure that I had a good mix of the colors. As you can see, my pattern ended down here, but that's okay. As I fill in the rest, I can make that look okay. So I'm going to go ahead and work on filling in the rest, kind of just building in towards the middle. You can go around and do the inside. Usually they do the outside, then you do the inside, and then you fill in on the top. Okay? I wanted to show you how I was doing. I went ahead and I've done all the way around the outside, and I did all the way around the inside, and now I'm starting to fill in on top. And I started with my largest ornaments first, and now I'm starting to fill in the empty spaces with the smaller ornament. So I start with the largest, then I'll go around with the medium, and then if there's anything else, I'll fill in with the small. Okay, I'm going to finish up, and then I'll come back and show you the final product. The wreath is all done, nice and full, looks very pretty. Now the wreath took a few more packages of ornaments than the tree did. I used 3 packages of the medium-sized ornaments. I used 1 more package of the small ornaments and then what was left from the tree. And then I used 3 packages of the large ornaments. So I had 2 packages of the red with the stripe and then 1 package of the mixed silver. So it had a flat silver and a shiny silver.
Well, I hope you enjoyed my top 15 Christmas wreaths. If you made it this far to the end, please leave me a Christmas tree emoji in the comments below and let me know which wreath was your favorite. Thanks so much for stopping by. You know it's always a pleasure to see you. I hope everyone is staying happy, healthy, and strong. Have a great day, and I'll see you next time.